This is Mission Control Houston. Good morning. Today is June 20th, 2021. You're getting a live view of the inside of the International Space Station's Quest airlock. Currently, US OS astronauts all occupying the inside of the Quest airlock. At the foreground of this view, you see Japanese astronaut of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, Aki Hoshide, helping out with some of the suit-up activities with Megan MacArthur, who you see on the right of your screen, NASA astronaut. And at the top is Mark Vande Hei, NASA astronaut who is the lead suit IV, helping to aid our two spacewalking astronauts get suited up as they undergo the final steps of their pre-breathing steps, which include in-suit light exercise and breathing 100% oxygen into their suits. The two spacewalking astronauts today include Toma Pesque of the European Space Agency. He's in the suit on the right that you see getting fitted with a safer unit. This is a simplified aid for EVA rescue. Also joining him is NASA astronaut Sheyne Kimbro, taking on this EV2 role, wearing the suit with white stripes, or the unmarked suit. The two are planned for a 6.5-hour expedition outside of the International Space Station today to complete some of the work they started just a few days ago on June 16th. They began outfitting the station's 2B power channel. This is a power channel on the far port side of the International Space Station that faces the space-facing side, the nadir side. You see on the far right of your screen is the solar augmentation plan. There are solar arrays, 6 sets of solar arrays that are planned to augment the station's existing power supply. They're working on the 2B power channel, which is actually the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station. Today is spacewalk. They'll be finishing up some of the work to install and deploy the solar array that's currently out on the mounting bracket of the 2B power channel, and they'll start some of the prep work to begin the installation of a solar array on the 4B power channel. They won't quite move it out to the 4B channel yet. They'll just get it unbolted from the flight support equipment in preparation for another spacewalk that's scheduled for later in the week, currently June 25th, to complete the work on the 4B channel. The solar arrays themselves were delivered recently on SpaceX CRS-22. Folded in half, and when fully deployed, part of today's procedures will be unfolding them. They'll be 15 feet wide. Then when they actually deploy and roll up the solar array, they'll shadow most of the existing solar arrays and extend 60 feet upward. Once fully extended, they'll be able to generate about 20 kilowatts of energy. With the 6 planned as part of this augmentation plan, this will provide an additional 120 kilowatts of power to the International Space Station. You see in the background there, Megan MacArthur getting Toma Pesque fitted into the crew lock. Pesque will take the EV1 position. It'll be his responsibility to open the hatch and the thermal cover. He'll also be the first one to exit for today's spacewalk. Coming into the frame now, Aki Hoshide carrying another safer unit. Again, simplified aid for EVA rescue. This provides propulsion to the astronauts should they become untethered. But you see the tethered are configured on their body restraint tether on the forward end of their spacesuits now. They'll do a tether check before exiting the spacecraft and remain tethered throughout the duration of today's 6.5-hour planned spacewalk. Today's work sites are out on the Port 6 truss. They'll be making their way out of the Quest airlock and along the Port 6 truss. They're awaiting on the 2B power channel, the 2B channel work site you see on the far right of your screen, on the tip of a mounting bracket which were installed on spacewalks earlier this year, completed in March. There is a solar array waiting for them. It is in a folded configuration and a temporary stowed position. After attempting to deploy it on the previous EVA, they were unable to deploy it by the end of the spacewalk. A little bit of configuration and troubleshooting some of those steps from the previous spacewalk. The teams are ready to execute the procedures today to unfold the array that's at that 2B channel worksite and deploy it as part of today's procedures. Here is the array currently in its folded position. This is what it looks like out at the worksite. Again, it's in a temporary stowed position. Part of the procedures will be to hard mate it to the mounting bracket, followed by unfolding it and torquing some pins that are in the middle of the solar arrays to keep it in that unfolded position. There are 2 bolts that need to be unscrewed in order to deploy the 60-foot solar arrays that'll extend while the 2 spacewalkers are out at the worksite. Once the work out at the P6 truss is complete, the 2B channel and the 4B channel that they'll complete later in the week, and of course start the preparations for during today's spacewalk, they'll be working with some of the modification kits. You see with the CAD drawing off on the left side of your screen was a modification kit that was mounted to the mast canister of both the 4B and the 2B work sites, where they're installing the 2 solar arrays that were delivered recently on SpaceX CRS-22. Again, there is a solar array out at the mounting bracket of the 2B channel. The other solar array is currently at the tip of the robotic arm on a flight support equipment. They'll be working to unbolt some of the bolts that are keeping it restrained to that before ingressing for today's spacewalk, and they'll address that solar array at the last spacewalk, Spacewalk 76. This is a graphic of what the solar array will look like once it is deployed. Again, it is in that folded position, so this is what it will look like when it is unfolded. Again, they have a series of bolts. There are 8 bolts that'll keep it mounted to the mounting bracket, and another 2 bolts that will be used. They're delicate pins that'll have to use. Spacewalkers will have to use a torque wrench to unscrew those, and those 2 pins will deploy the 60-foot solar arrays. The primary task of today's spacewalk is getting that solar array on the 2B channel deployed. That is the #1 task for today, and that will be the first of their work site. They'll, of course, grab some crew lock bags that carry some of the equipment that they'll be using out at the work site, including a pistol grip tool that'll take up a lot of their work, driving a few bolts and even undriving some, as well as that torque wrench in order to deploy the solar arrays. And with what time they have, they will work on preparing for the 4B channel. Again, there is another solar array that's out on the end of the station's robotic arm. They'll just unscrew some bolts, getting a head start on some of the procedures needed to move it from the flight support equipment that's at the end of that robotic arm over to the 4B channel. Now you're seeing Sheyne Kimbro, EV2 for today, getting outfitted with the Safer Unit Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. This is the final step on the pre-breathe procedures. They've, for the past hour and 20 minutes now, been executing pre-breathe procedures, breathing 100% oxygen and doing some in-suit light exercise, moving their arms, fingers, legs, just purging the nitrogen from their blood, and allows them to breathe that 100% oxygen and prevent any symptoms of the bends. They've been doing that for quite some time, now getting a head start, a little bit ahead on the timeline, getting an early start on getting into the crew lock today. This is the final steps, installing that Safer unit before Sheyne Kimbro makes his way into the crew lock, where Toma Peske is currently positioned. the IROSAs, or ISS rollout solar arrays, that are being used for augmenting the station's power as part of this planned augmentation plan to get 6 new solar arrays outfitted on the International Space Station, providing additional power for years to come and continue those scientific experiments. The same technology will be used at an outpost that will be orbiting the moon called the Gateway. The solar arrays on the space station are about 15 feet wide, fit nicely into the unpressurized trunk of the SpaceX Dragon that delivered them up earlier this year. The solar arrays that you see here on this graphic of the Gateway are 32 feet wide, more than twice as wide. They'll be providing about 30 kilowatts of power each when the Gateway is in its final configuration. That will be an outpost around the moon as part of NASA's Artemis program to create a sustained human presence around and on the lunar surface. And we'll be getting a taste of that technology today once the 2 spacewalking astronauts, again, that's Toma Pesque taking the EV-1 position, and Sheyne Kimbro, who you're seeing on your screen now, EV-2. They'll be deploying the first of the 6 planned solar arrays that will augment the station's power. The USOS astronauts you see in the frame, Aki Hoshide off to the left of your screen, and Megan MacArthur making the final push of Sheyne Kimbro into the crew lock. They have a direct line of communication with the spacewalking astronauts now. They are taking the primary job of getting them configured. With the assistance of 3 USOS astronauts in the station's equipment lock, from left to right, Mark Vande Hei, Aki Hoshide, and Megan MacArthur, all unsuited and aiding the 2 spacewalking astronauts in the final steps of getting them pushed into the station's crew lock. They'll be moving all of their equipment and umbilicals and tethers out of the way, making sure they're in a good configuration, as Kimbro and Pеске will remain in this position as the USOS astronauts close the hatch between the equipment lock and the crew lock. The next steps here are the depressurization sequence. You'll hear a lot of the tether configurations being identified through the space-to-ground communications, making sure that tethers are in a good configuration before they exit the hatch. They'll have a series of steps to control station's water and power supply, now being provided to the suits through umbilicals. Once they switch the suits over to battery power, that'll be the official start time of today's spacewalk. For those just joining, you're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station. At the forward end of the frame here is JAXA astronaut, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide. Behind him is NASA astronaut Mark Vande Heyde taking the lead as the suit IV, or the lead for getting our two spacewalking astronauts ready for today's spacewalk. And in the background, pushing the two spacewalkers into the crew lock and getting all of the tethers, umbilicals, and equipment configured. Before closing the hatches, NASA astronaut Megan McArthur. Our two spacewalking astronauts today are Toma Pesque of the European Space Agency, taking the EV-1 position. He'll be wearing the suit with the red stripes on the thighs. And NASA astronaut Sheyne Kimbro, EV-2. He'll be wearing the suit with the white stripes, or the unmarked suit. Both of them will be completing the work on the 2B power channel. There is currently an iROSA ISS rollout solar array that's positioned on a mounting bracket on the 2B channel. That's the Earth-facing side on the station's farthest port truss. It is in a folded position and a temporary stow position. The two spacewalking astronauts will complete the installation, unfold it, and deploy the 2B power channel's ISS rollout solar array. They'll also begin some of the prep work to unbolt the solar array that's currently at the end of the station's robotic arm. That solar array will be used to upgrade the station's 4B channel. Though they won't move the solar array out to that position during today's spacewalk, they'll do it on a future spacewalk currently scheduled for next Friday, the 25th. They'll move the solar array from the end of the station's robotic arm to its position on the 4B channel and deploy it, completing the sequence of upgrading the P6 truss, the two solar arrays you see at the far right of this graphic. NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei, currently using a communications tool. He has a direct line of communication with the two spacewalking astronauts, making sure they're all set and ready to go as NASA astronaut Megan McArthur closes the hatch between the equipment lock and the crew lock. Now that everything is configured on the back end of that hatch, all their tethers are in a good configuration, the umbilicals are out of the way, and they have all the equipment that they need for today's spacewalk. They'll be closing the hatch and entering into the depressurization sequence. Then Hei will take the lead of walking those astronauts through the first part of the depressurization sequence. From here in the room, Jenny Seide will take the role of the ground IV. You'll be hearing her voice from here in Mission Control Houston. Canadian Space Agency astronaut. She'll be the one walking our two spacewalking astronauts through today's steps. You're getting a look at the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where there is currently a handover period. Flight Director Adi Boulos has been working with the flight control teams, getting our two spacewalking astronauts ready for today's spacewalk. He's currently about to hand it over to Flight Director Ron Spencer, you see at the far right of your screen. He'll be leading the teams for today's spacewalk. Josh Kutrick is today's Capcom. He was leading the astronauts through the first part of their procedures, and you see Jenny Seide there next to Josh Kutrick at the Capcom position standing up. She will be the voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control Houston. Her job is the ground IV. It's the voice of Mission Control. As all the teams are working through the various procedures of today's spacewalk, she'll be the one translating that up to the two spacewalking astronauts. Again, Toma Pesque from the European Space Agency and Sheyne Kimbro, NASA astronaut.
Houston, airlock on 1, steps 72 and 73 are completed.
Copy that, Mark. We're going to put the subsequent steps into work, and I'll give you a call when they're done.
Copy, we're standing by in step 77.
Affirm.
Going back to the room correction, Flight Director Marcos Flores is the flight director of the Orbit 1 shift. He was leading the teams for walking the astronauts through the pre-breathe procedures, getting them set up and ready to go into the crew lock, which is now, the hatches is closed. He's handing over to Flight Director Ron Spencer. You see NASA astronaut Drew Feustel next to Jenny Seide. Jenny, again, is the ground IV for today. Her voice will be used to communicate all of the procedures up to the two spacewalking astronauts. Drew Feustel will be the Capcom. It'll be his job to talk to the crew on the inside of the International Space Station.
Copy.
Station Houston on 1, step 76 is complete. Your go for step 77.
Picking up at 77. Shane, on the UIA, switch the depress pump. Check the switch. Depress pump power is off.
Press pump power is off.
Check if the depress pump enable LED is on.
Enable LED is on the depress pump.
Copy. Houston, airlock on 1, looking for your go in step 80.
We copy, stand by 1. And Station Houston, probably be just a few more minutes. We're going through the go for a depress pull here momentarily, and then we'll be giving you the new team to take you through the depress.
Copy, thanks.
On your screen, you're seeing NASA astronaut Mark Van de Hei. He's walking the crew on the other side of the hatch. That's Toma Pesque and Sheyne Kimbro through the steps to get ready for opening the hatch and beginning today's spacewalk. On the ground, the voice you were hearing was Joshua Kutrick. He's the Capcom for the Orbit 1 teams. The teams now are currently polling a go for depress, making sure the suit, the station, and all the procedures, all the teams are ready for depressurizing the station's vestibule. On the other side of that hatch, the crew lock. That won't begin today's spacewalk officially. It'll depressurize down to 5 pounds per square inch and then hold at 5 psi. Make sure that there are no leaks. They'll do a short leak check, make sure everything is good to proceed down to vacuum, and they'll begin today's spacewalk once they switch to battery power. And the teams here in Mission Control for the Orbit 1 team pulled go for proceeding with depressurization. They're now in the middle of a handover period to hand over to the Orbit 2 team, where Flight Director Ron Spencer will lead the teams through the duration of today's 6.5-hour planned spacewalk to finalize the installation and deploy a solar array, the iROSA, that's out on the station's 2B power channel. Again, on board the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Mark Vande Hei there in the foreground, and in the background, NASA astronaut Megan McArthur waiting patiently for the teams here in Mission Control Houston to hand over to the teams that are taking over for the duration of today's spacewalk. Led by Flight Director Ron Spencer, there is a team here ready to take our two spacewalking astronauts, Toma Pesque and Sheyne Kimbro, through the 6.5-hour planned spacewalk to finalize the deployment, the installation and deployment of a solar array that's out at the 2B power channel. They will take the two spacewalking astronauts through the final steps to depressurize the station's or the crew lock's vestibule. That's on the other side of that hatch. The crew lock itself will depressurize from the same pressure of the International Space Station, just above 14 pounds per square inch. About 14.2 is what it's sitting at now. And they'll bring it down to 5 pounds per square inch, 5 psi, to perform a leak check. The spacewalk will officially begin when the suits are switched to battery power. Some of the configuration you're hearing from the crew, or that you have heard recently from the crew, was configuring some of the switches that are on the umbilical interface assembly. This is on the inside of the crew lock where the two spacewalking astronauts are now. Their suits now are connected by umbilical to the International Space Station itself, providing data and power, some cooling, all through that umbilical unit. Once they switch to battery power, they'll be able to disconnect from relying on the station's data, power, and water systems, and they'll be free to move about the outside of the International Space Station. For those just tuning in, NASA astronaut Mark Vanden Hei, you see to the left of your screen in the foreground, and NASA astronaut Megan McArthur patiently waiting for the ground teams here in Mission Control Houston to hand over to the Orbit 2 teams, led by Flight Director Ron Spencer. It'll be the teams here that will lead the spacewalking astronauts and the crew inside through the remainder of today's spacewalk, and of course all of the activities happening inside the International Space Station. Teams should be wrapping up their handover procedures now. We'll be hearing some calls up to the crew on board the International Space Station, handing over to the new teams, and the crew will be able to continue walking the two spacewalking astronauts on the other side of the hatch. The hatch is now closed. On the other side of that hatch, Toma Pesque and Sheyne Kimbro also patiently waiting for the next steps to configure their suits using the umbilical interface assembly to switch over to battery power, configure their suits, and make sure everything is set as the crew lock depressurizes once it's given a go. Ground teams have pulled and are go to begin that depressurization sequence, which is set to begin shortly after communications is reestablished with the crew patiently awaiting inside the equipment lock.
Airlock Houston on 1, you have a go in step 80.
Copy, Jenny, go in step 80. We will step onto the crew lock depress card.
Concur.
Shane and Tomas, as you heard, we have a go for the crew lock depress cue card, so we'll start in step 1, and I'll take you through to step 14 before handing over to Jenny. So in step 1, Shane, on the UIA, switch the depress pump power to on. You're going to wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
Okay, depress pump power switch is on.
After 10 seconds has elapsed, you can take the depress pump man ISO valve to open. Expect an alert tone.
Okay, there's 10 seconds. I'm going to come open with the man ISO valve. It's open.
Okay, you can expect an alert tone. Monitor your suit T gauge is less than 5.5.
Copy, copy.
And with just a few short steps and handing over to the Orbit 2 teams, you heard Jenny Seide, the ground IV from here in Mission Control Houston. She gave the comm over to NASA astronaut Megan McArthur, who's walking the astronauts through the first couple of steps. Crew lock depressurization has begun. We're now down to 13 pounds per square inch. We're heading down to 5. Once we get to 5 pounds per square inch, the crew will initiate a hold and will perform a leak check, make sure everything is good to proceed down to vacuum. Now entering into a short handover period. We'll be seeing incremental dropouts of station video and audio as we receive those communications through the TDRS tracking and data relay satellites.
Yeah, I'm right on yours.
Still getting some audio. The crew lock, where the two spacewalking astronauts are now, is currently depressurizing. We're just under 11 pounds per square inch at this time, continuing to look good as we proceed down to 5 pounds per square inch. This audio you're hearing is coming from the International Space Station. That is what depressurization sounds like. We're looking good. Now inside 10 pounds per square inch, less than 10 pounds per square inch.
Kids around 5. And now ignite at small 0. 90, I agree. Turn my lights on, Toma. Yeah, good idea. I was waiting a little bit, but we'll press up pretty good here. Decimal 0. Lights on. Lights are on.
Come on, Shane. When the crew lock is at 6 psi, you can expect an alert tone. And when the crew lock is at 5 psi, Shane, you will take the depress pump man ISO valve to close.
Copy, Megan. Copy.
So everything looking good as the crew lock continues to depressurize. We're now less than 7.5 pounds per square inch. You heard the calls from Megan MacArthur inside the equipment lock. The crew will have to manually switch some of those valves to hold the pressure at 5 pounds per square inch. That's a leak check to make sure everything is good before continuing to depressurize that crew lock down to vacuum.
Decimal 0. Copy.
Depressurization of the crew lock continues to look good. We're now a little less than 6 pounds per square inch. We should be hearing a call from the crew that they've switched the valves momentarily. This will hold the pressure of the crew lock at 5 pounds per square inch for a leak check.
Decimal 1. Decimal 0. Okay. Closed.
Press pump man ISO valve to close. Expect an alert tone.
Okay. Please.
Okay, on your DCMs, you can switch display to status until leak check question mark is displayed. Then yes for 2 seconds and follow the displayed instructions.
Copy. Leak check. Yes. Leak check in progress. Thanks.
Copy, leak check in progress.
And confirmed we're holding just a little bit more than 5 pounds per square inch as expected. The crew will now perform a leak check, make sure the pressure inside the crew lock is holding, make sure everything is good and all the systems are working before they continue to depressurize the crew lock down to vacuum. Throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, we'll be taking questions. Please use the hashtag AskNASA on your favorite platform, wherever you are watching, to submit questions throughout the duration of today's planned 6.5 hour expedition. The first question comes from Bob on Twitter, who's asking how long to pressurize before the hatch open. As you saw, depressurization from 14 pounds per square inch to 5 pounds per square inch did not take long at all. Leak check complete was only a matter of minutes.
EV1 leak check complete and O2 actuator is in EVA.
So it's going to EVA again, not yet, sorry.
Thanks.
O2 is in EVA, EV1.
An O2 actuator is in EVA. I copy.
Working on it.
Crew continuing to work through those steps. The depressurization sequence is just a matter of minutes. The depressurization from 5 pounds per square inch down to 0 will be a little bit slower, though they take it nice and slow, but really that whole sequence is just a matter of minutes. Again, the official start time of today's spacewalk will begin when they switch the suits to battery power. Another question from Mark on Twitter, who's asking, did they change the Sheyne Kimbro's suit?
The EV2 has O2 actuator in EVA. So Shane, your next is to take the depress pump man ISO valve open and expect an alert tone.
It is open.
Okay, I'm taking the emergency empty EV to open. Monitor, your suit T gauge is less than 5.5.
Copy. Copy.
And with a good leak check, just a matter of minutes, depressurization of the crew lock has resumed. We're now less than 5 pounds per square inch. This will be a little bit slower of a depress to get down to vacuum. But once we get to about a half a pound of square inch, they'll be able to get the go to open the hatch and the thermal cover and egress or exit the crew lock to begin today's spacewalk. But the official start time again is when they switch the suits to battery power. Another question from Mark on Twitter asks about Sheyne Kimbro's suit. Did it change from the spacewalk on Wednesday? The answer is yes. On Wednesday, the suit that he used was 3006. Today, he'll be using 3015. Depressurization of the crew lock looking good. We're now less than 3.5 psi. We're going to about 0.5 psi before we begin the next series of steps. You'll hear a series of steps read from Megan MacArthur, who currently has the comms here on your screen, reading the step-by-step procedures to the crew on the other side of the hatch. They'll be flicking some pumps and valves, ultimately getting to switching the suits to battery power. Again, that's when the official start time of today's spacewalk will be.
Okay, Shane, your next will be when the crew lock is at 2.0 psi. You're going to take the depress pump man ISO valve to close.
Copy. 0.5 for now. One. PSI. Check. Depress pump man ISO is closed.
Copy, Shane, it's closed. On the UIA, you can switch depress pump power to off, OFF.
Depress pump power is off.
Copy, it's off. You can report your initial tether configuration for egress.
Alright, so if I start from my left gearing extender, I see my red hook, close and lock, black on black, going to my red wheel, unlocked, and I have EV2's yellow hook, closed and locked, black on black. On my red wheel, I see EV2's red wheel is unlocked, and I see EV2's red hook is on his left gearing extender, closed and locked, black on black. Okay, and I have a right waist tether connected to the airlock waist tether, connected to the airlock D-ring extender, and all four hooks are locked.
Okay, we copy your config. That's a good config, and I'm sure Houston will be checking in with you again. And Tomas, as you know, when the crew lock DPDT is around 0, you guys can expect an alert tone.
Megan.
And Tomas, when the EV hatch delta P is less than 0.5, when you crank it open, you're going to wait a second before opening and stowing the EV hatch.
Copy. Looking at the delta P gauge right now. 1 and 5.
Everything continuing to proceed as planned.
And on 1, we've checked the tether config. We agree it's a good config. Continuing with the depress, we can expect about 5 minutes more, and we concur with your good words about the hatch, Megan.
Copy, Jenny. Thanks, Megan and Mark and Aki. Really nice work today again, getting us ready. Thanks to Orbit One and Josh, and welcome on board, Jenny. It looks like we're going from a Canadian to another Canadian. Go Canada.
Thanks. Go Canada.
The voice from here in Mission Control, Jenny Seide, will be the ground IV. She'll be the voice here from Mission Control, walking our two spacewalking astronauts through their procedures from the Canadian Space Agency of the newest class of astronauts brought on in 2017. She'll be walking the European Space Agency astronaut Toma Pesque and NASA astronaut Sheyne Kimbro through today's procedures to install and deploy a solar array that's currently positioned on the 2B power channel.
Airlock Houston, just a heads up, you guys have a go at any time for step 81 to complete 1.225 whenever you're ready.
We copy, thanks.
As mentioned, the depressurization process on the back end after the leak check is a bit slow and steady. As it gets down to vacuum, we're now just a little less than 1.3 pounds per square inch. The next series of steps will be right at about a half a pound per square inch. They'll go through the next procedures to switch their suits to battery power, and that'll begin today's spacewalk officially, and we'll give you that time once it is reported. In the meantime, keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA on your favorite social media platform as we continue to go through today's procedures, getting ready to kick off a 6.5-hour spacewalk to deploy a solar array. The first question comes from Risha Tosh, who's asking, why do we need to depressurize before going to space? Right now, you're looking at the inside of the equipment lock, where NASA astronauts Megan McArthur and Mark Vande Hei are sitting comfortably at about the same pressure you would find at sea level on Earth, just a little more than 14 pounds per square inch. Space goes down to vacuum. But the human body is meant to operate in a pressurized environment, so we make it nice and comfortable inside the International Space Station for them. Since they're going outside, we try to make them comfortable as well, so we put them in a spacesuit. Though the spacesuits themselves operate at about a little less than 4 pounds, or 5 pounds rather, per square inch. Once they get out of the hatch, that allows a little bit more flexibility in the suit itself. The more pressure you put into the suit, the stiffer it becomes. So they found this to be an optimum pressure for both the humans inside breathing 100% oxygen and the rigidity of the suit itself. Alan on Twitter is asking, when will we see the new solar panels open today, and roughly what time that will be? Today is a planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. The first set of procedures will be right out to the 2B work site, where there is a solar array, an IROSA solar array, temporarily stowed on a mounting bracket. The first set of procedures will be to install it, affix it to the mounting bracket by unfolding it and driving some bolts to secure it into position. We'll hook up some cables, and right at the right time, we'll be able to deploy the 60-foot solar array out, and the astronauts themselves will be out at the work site while the solar array is deploying. We're expecting that between 3 and 4 hours into today's spacewalk. Once we get the official start time here shortly, that will take up again the first part of today's spacewalk about 3 or 4 hours in. The remainder of today's spacewalk will be some of the preparations to get ready to start working on the 4B channel. There is one more solar array that was delivered on the SpaceX CRS-22, and we'll get that ready and unbolted, get ahead before the next spacewalk, which is currently scheduled for next Friday, the 25th, and the procedures for that spacewalk will be installing that solar array onto the 4B channel.
Shane and Tomas, while we're waiting for the depress to finish up here, as you guys know, we've been updating our procedure late in the day yesterday, and I do have a change that now would be a good time for you to copy. After you finish your buddy checks at the airlock, we'll have Shane lead out in the port direction, because Tomas, you'll be dropping the crew lock bag at the port CETA cart and picking up an APFR, so it makes more sense for Shane to lead our translation this morning.
Good, Jenny. That makes sense. Copy. Jenny, on the DCM, I have LRP at 0.5, and on the manual gauge, I'm around 0.75.
Copy.
Tomas, I copy your... Tomas, say again, you said you saw on the EV hatch a delta P of 0.5, but somewhere else you had a different reading?
On my DCM, 0.5, 0.4 even, and on the manual gauge on the outer hatch, it's 0.7-ish.
And Tomas, we're showing a crew lock pressure of 0.75.
Okay.
That readout from the crew was comparing some of the data being displayed on the astronaut suits. The two astronauts are on the other side of the hatch today, as the other side of that hatch is being depressurized down to about 0.5 pounds per square inch. We're a little bit less than 0.7 now. Keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA as we make our way down to that mark. The first question comes from Mike on Twitter, who's asking if Pooja Jasrani was the flight director today, or has she moved to the third spacewalk? That is correct. Ron Spencer is the flight director for today's spacewalk, continuing a lot of the procedures that he is prepared for on the 2B channel. A lot of the work for the 4B channel will be done on the next spacewalk, currently scheduled for June 25th. Pooja Jasrani will take over as flight director for that third spacewalk.
I grab an APFR on the port CETA cart, which means I won't relocate Shane's APFR on P6 from 18 to 38, but I installed the one I grabbed on the port CETA cart in week 38 on P6, correct?
Yeah, you'll just be dropping the crew lock bag on the port CETA cart like we talked yesterday, and you'll still be picking up the APFR on P6, but just because of those extra steps, that's the only reason we're having Shane lead. So no change to where you're picking up the APFR.
Okay, sorry, I thought I heard you say I'm picking up an APFR on the crew lock bag. Oh, sorry, on the port CETA cart, but I'm only dropping my crew lock bag like we said. Okay? Makes sense.
Yep, that's correct. Just because of that extra time, that's the reason we're switching to Shane leading. No other changes in that part of the EVA.
Good plan.
"20 seconds to handover."
Copy.
We're now in a short handover period. We'll be seeing this periodically throughout today's spacewalk. As we lose video from the International Space Station, that video being routed through tracking and data relay satellites. They're geosynchronous satellites that provide the video feeds from the International Space Station orbiting 250 miles above the Earth, transmitted to these geosynchronous satellites about 23,000 miles from Earth, back down to here in Mission Control Houston. As the space station orbits the Earth, it hands over from satellite to satellite, so we'll be getting these incremental drops. We should be regaining it shortly, and we'll get a lot of good coverage for today's spacewalk. This is the International Space Station flight control teams. On the far right, being led by Flight Director Ron Spencer. Standing up in the back is Jenny Seide. She'll be the voice, the ground IV role from here in Mission Control Houston, relaying the procedures up to our two spacewalking astronauts.
The delta T less than 0.5, you are go to open and stow the hatch. Remember the 1 second pause when you have cranked it open.
Okay, I'll wait 30 more seconds to be sure I'm under 0.5. Thanks, Megan, and I copy the pause of 1 second.
And we're still showing a pressure of 0.51, so we are very nearly there. We are going to wait a couple of more seconds.
Okay, that sounds good, Jenny. On the safe side.
All right, we got what we're looking for, and as Megan said, you can open the hatch.
Okay. Locked. Match, 1 second.
Getting the first views from the outside of the International Space Station. Right at the top of this middle part of the module that you're seeing here is the hatch that is containing the crew lock inside our two spacewalking astronauts. The hatch is open on the airlock after getting that go. We'll be seeing the thermal cover being pushed out momentarily.
Copy, Toma. The hatch is open. Great work. Toma and Shane, you guys go be amazing. We'll see you in a few hours. Remember, you are butterflies with biceps today.
Thanks, Megan.
Thanks, Megan.
And see you in a while. You guys take care of ISS. Hope we'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Over to you, Jenny.
Megan, you got sub 14, right?
Affirmative. I have the emergency MPEV is closed.
Thanks.
All right, I copy emergency MPEV closed. Thanks, Megan and Mark. Well done. Ready to pick up with you two, Shane and Tomas. Switch power to BAT. Stagger switch throws. Expect a warning tone.
Okay, V1 is going to BAT. V1's on BAT.
Copy, Tomas. Check display switch functional.
The switch is functional. I got good readings and scrolling through my parameters. Everything looks good.
V2's in BAT. Good display.
Copy, good display on 1 and 2. Shane on the UIA. Switch power, EV1, 2, off. and check power EV1 and 2 LEDs, all 4 of them off, OFF.
Okay, EV1 and 2 powers are off. LEDs are off.
Copy. On your DCMs, disconnect your SCUs, install your DCM covers, and stow your SCUs in their pouches.
Work. One SCU is stowed in the pouch. And DCM cover is on. DV2 is working on it.
Copy.
I have to roll over here to my... Oh, sorry, am I in your way, Shane? No.
And we got confirmation that the suits are officially on battery power. That official start time for today's spacewalk is 6:42 a.m. Central Time.
Okay, AV2 is in the pouch, and DCM cover is off.
Copy, Shane. Check depress pump manual isolation valve closed.
Depress pump man ISO is closed.
Copy. Set your temperature control valve to max hot.
EV1 is in max hot. Just a second. V2 and max hot.
Copy. Both in max hot. You can switch water on.
V1 water is on, ON. V2 water on.
Check DCM blank and byte off.
Blank and byte is off. EV2 DCM blank, byte off.
Set your TCVs as desired.
Done. EV2 is complete.
Copy. Check and report your suit pressure gauge.
Pressure gauge is 4.3 for EV1. 4.4 EV2.
Copy. Those are good numbers. Set your visors as required. We have over 20 minutes of eclipse time.
It's dark out there, Shane. Okay.
Okay, copy. With visors set, we are ready to have you guys head out the door. So, Tomas, you can open the hatch thermal cover, and we'll get you to complete the extra steps. Stow the hook on the stiffener tether point and cinch strap until snug.
Your thermal cover.
With the hatch open, we're starting to get a glimpse of that thermal cover opening. The crew inside continuing to walk through the steps, making sure that they are in the right configuration and all the valves are switched to the right configuration now that they are unhooked from their umbilicals and relying on battery power. Again, the official start time of today's spacewalk, 6:42 a.m. Central Time. At the time of switching to battery power, the International Space Station was 273 statute miles south of Australia.
Snug. And I'm opening the thermal cover. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines.
Copy. 6 lines visible.
Thermal cover is open, and with your go, Jenny, I'll go ahead and egress.
Affirm, you have a go to egress with crew lock bag 1 and verify the forward hatch pit pin is engaged.
Getting our first glimpse of Toma Pesque being the first one out the hatch today as the EV-1, extravehicular crew member number 1. He'll be wearing the suit with the red stripes throughout today's spacewalk.
All right, have egressed. See the forward hatch pit pin is engaged. Get my BRT ready. Shane to pass me the bag. Okay.
Copy, Tomas.
You can send the bag if you want. Okay, here it comes. Red. Okay. Trying to get to that orbit station. Yeah. How's that? Perfect. Okay. You have a red on it, you can let go. Yellow red. Okay, I got it, Tomas. Nice, on my BRT.
Toma, with that crew lock bag on your BRT, you can turn on your HECA and inspect EV1 and EV2 safety tether load alleviating straps.
Okay, the HECA is on. Let's see.
Copy.
Green rail. Load alleviating strap seems good to me. I see no red, Danny. And I look at EV1. Green rail. Load alleviating strap is good. No red.
I copy 2 good inspections. We can go ahead and start configuring your tether packs at this time. So you can attach your yellow hook to the green reel on the forward external D-ring.
Copy. My yellow hook to the green reel. The forward external D-ring. It is now locked. Back on black, Jenny, and the green reel of EV1 green forward gearing is unlocked.
Those are good checks. You can attach the forward safety tether green hook to your red reel, and I'll take your checks.
Again, Toma Pesque outside of the Quest airlock's hatch. One of the first steps for any spacewalk is to check the tether configuration. Make sure all the lines are aligned just right, in the right order, in the right reels. This was also a check when the astronauts were first configured inside the crew lock before the hatch even closed. And then once the hatch actually did close, they did do a tether configuration. Sheian Kimbro will do the same once he exits the hatch.
On my red reel, green hook is unlocked. The red reel is unlocked. Goes to my left gearing extender. Red hook locked, black on black.
Copy. That's a good config. Now we'll work with EV2 safety tether pack. So you can attach Shane's yellow hook to the green reel on the aft external D-ring, and I'll take checks.
V2's yellow hook is on the aft green reel. Gates closed, slider locked, black on black. The green reel is unlocked.
Good config. You can attach Shane's green hook to his red reel.
Copy. Shane, you're going to have to come out a little bit for me to do that. Very good. Green hook to red reel. Green hook to red reel.
Toma Pesque not only working on the tether configuration for his own spacesuit, but also getting everything ready tether-wise for Sheyne Kimbro once he gets out of the hatch. There's one more astronaut inside the crew lock right now. Sheyne Kimbro, NASA astronaut, will be wearing the suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit, taking the EV2 or extravehicular crew member number 2 for today's spacewalk. Keep sending questions using the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. The next one comes from Florence, who's asking, why do the astronauts have to breathe 100% oxygen? Inside the International Space Station, they breathe a mixed air environment of nitrogen and oxygen. In the suits, the pressure is much lower, less than 5 pounds per square inch, so they breathe a 100% oxygen environment to operate the suit in a lower pressure environment. Why the lower pressure? It helps the suit be less rigid, so they can do a lot of the delicate maneuvers with their fingers and hands that are required for the intricate procedures that are a spacewalk. You'll also notice in a 100% oxygen environment, their voices are a little bit deeper.
All right, that's complete, so start coming up if you're ready. I'm ready.
And Shane, just a reminder, you'll be egressing.
That too.
Yes, and the large, small will stay with the bag.
Okay, I see a large, small on the bag, and I'm egressing with the bag.
Copy.
All right, come on, let me get a BRT on this. Are we ready?
Getting a first glimpse of Sheyne Kimbro. Again, he'll be wearing the suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit, referring to his BRT body restraint tether. They'll be using a series of tethers throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. The body restraint tether has the ability to carry a crew lock bag. You see Toma Pesque on the left of your screen. His body restraint tether is carrying a white box. That's a crew lock bag, carrying a lot of the equipment that he'll be needing throughout the duration of today's spacewalk.
Kind of diagonal on the handrail, though. Yeah, see it. Here we go. The other paddles, no doubt. Yeah, okay, that's good. Nice paddles out. Yeah. Maybe 6 pedal line. There. Okay. All right, you ready for the thermal cover?
Affirm. Shane, you can turn on your HECA.
Come on. Yeah.
Shane, you can turn on your HECA and you can close the thermal cover. If it doesn't stay closed, I have additional steps for both of you.
HECA's on.
Copy HECA on.
Out of the way there, come on.
The HECA being referred to is the High Definition Extravehicular Activity Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. HECA for short. Really, it is the high-definition cameras that are mounted to each of their spacesuits. We may be getting some really nice, clear, high-definition views from the helmet cameras. If not, there are backup standard-definition cameras that we can always rely on as we walk through today's procedures.
He'd almost stay for a minute, but doesn't want to.
We can,
All right, Toma, I think I'm going to get the wire tie ready.
yeah, we agree.
There. Do you agree? I agree.
We can prepare a long wire tie, Shane, and let me know if you need words on how to attach it.
Okay. Okay. And Jenny, I'm trying to get, I don't know if you have HECA or WBS view of, I think I'm on the forward side of the thermal cover. It looks like something is undone right here. Maybe that doesn't help closing it. See what I'm saying?
Okay, copy, Tomas.
There's a missing fastener.
We don't have your helmet cam up yet, but we'll look into it.
Okay. Check. I can hold it close for you, Sean. Okay, that's cool. Thank you. Twist. One more there. Okay, now this side on the club loop, I think. Is that right? Yep. I'm gonna release my rat here. That handle right there, the one that goes to it. Yeah. Yeah. And then just one so that we can open it quickly if we need to. Okay. I can just route it. Something like that. A bit more tight if you can, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. It stays closed to an extent. If we can go, I could route it the other way and maybe get it tighter. What do you think? You see that view?
So we don't have your helmet views until we do buddy checks. So if you have a config that you're happy with, let's do our buddy checks and then we can take a final look at it.
I think it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Buddy checks, if you're ready, Shane. All right, let me get in position over here. You're coming up, sorry. All right, I see 2 green lights on your helmet, the WBS and the HECA. I see 1, 2, 3. The workstation tabs up. I see 1, 2 handles down. And I see your tether config. You get your red hook closed and locked on your left gearing extender. Goes to your red reel, unlocked. You get your yellow hook locked on your green reel, unlocked. And you get your green reel on your red reel. A good config. Yeah, sounds good. I see your bag on your BRT. You got both your green lights, so 2 lights are on. 2 mini workstation tabs up. BRT tab up. Okay. Your tethers are handles down. Just behind you there. Let me see. Left. Yeah, I think they go to my left. Down and right handles are down. And let's see, your tethers are coming off your left side or right? I can't tell from here. I think left. Let me move. I think I'm on your right side. Yeah. My right side? Okay. Let me go across my body. My back. So your back, yeah, let's get your back.
Toma Pesque in the suit on the left with the with the red stripes, working with Sheyne Kimbro, NASA astronaut, suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit. They're performing something called buddy checks, making sure all the tethers and the body restraint tethers, the crew lock bags, their helmet, camera assemblies, everything is in a good configuration before they head out to today's work site, which is the Port 6 Truss.
Take a baseline hap check from both of you as well.
Hap is dry, Jenny. Hap is dry, VT. Hey, Jenny, if you're getting on cameras, do you want to see that what looks like an undone fastener on the thermal cover?
If you guys are happy with it, we're gonna leave it here and continue with the EVA portion, as long as you're convinced it'll stay closed with the config you set up.
Yeah, it's gonna stay as it is. Yeah.
Okay, so just a reminder, Shane will be leading to the work site now that your buddy checks are complete. Shane, you can begin your translation with Tomas following.
I'll get out of your way, Shane. Okay, copy that. I'll come to that handrail where you are now and cut this orientation. So you have that. In a bit, I'll be right behind you. Tether away from yours there.
And with good buddy checks, both of their suits look good in a good configuration as they head out to the work site. Sheyne Kimbro being the first one out, he'll be translating right over to the work site at the Port 6 Truss. EV1 or Tomas Pesque will make a quick stop at something called the CETA cart, where there is a crew lock bag waiting for him to pick up, and head over to the work site to join Kimbro.
And you see my tether too? Or go too far? I see your tether is right behind you. You're gonna clear it? Yeah. It's if you lift your feet up, it's kind of on behind, and then rotate your feet towards the airlock. You're good. You're good to go. There you go. Great. Great. Now you for you now. There you go. Now you're clear. Thank you.
We have about 4 minutes until sunrise, and I have a caution for both of you.
Go ahead, Jenny. We're listening.
Avoid contact with the deployed TUS cable, zenith and nadir cedar rails.
Copy. Copy. Hey, Tomas, I'm on phase 1. I see you back there. Right behind you, going up to see a sparrow.
And Shane, since you're leading our translation today, we'll have you pause to verify the anchor hooks are in a good config.
Okay, copy.
Those will be under the FHRC.
Copy, Jenny.
Shane, you're looking for mile marker 9180.
9180, copy. Good, Toma. Good. I'm going to pause here, Toma, look at the safety colors. All right. Your anchor hook is closed and locked on 3652. Yeah. I think. Yeah, but I think we're a little twisted here. Yeah, Shane, look, I think that anchor hook, that reel should come back to me, but it goes all the way back to, I think, the top of the seal spur. So I think I'm actually strapped somewhere. I'm going to have to go back, clear it.
Copy, Tomas.
I'll go back in a minute. Is behind you? Yeah, I think coming from behind me, which is not supposed to be the case. Come from where you are. Yeah. I think it's wrapped around something. Maybe a matter of going back and figuring it.
To move out to a work site, the astronauts need to follow a pre-designated path. Along the way, they have specific markers. You can see some of the numbers from what you're seeing now is a high-definition view from that Heka camera. We're getting some good connection here. Those tethers have to be connected to a specific reel for the work site that they will be primarily working on, which is, in this case, the 2B power channel work site. This is the Earth-facing side, or the nadir side, of the International Space Station.
I think it's one of the lab stuff. No,
Short handover.
Here now, and I'm going to be on my way. Okay, great. Come on.
We're in another handover period, losing video temporarily from the International Space Station as we hand over between the tracking and data relay satellites that provide the video coming from the International Space Station, orbiting 250 miles above the Earth. Right now, it is approaching the western border of Mexico over the Pacific Ocean. Now we're about to enter into an orbital daytime soon.
I'll be there. I'll take a look. I'll see you.
We're back with you.
Copy. Doesn't look awake here, just retracting. Yeah. No, but reflecting great. Better there.
Again, this is U.S. spacewalk number 75 out of the Quest airlock, continuing some of the work done just a few days ago on the 74th to begin the installation of the solar array out on the 2B power channel. You'll see some of the helmet camera designations. Toma Pesque on the standard definition camera will be using number 20, Kimbró 22. This will be the fourth spacewalk in Toma Pesque's career, all with NASA astronaut Sheyne Kimbro. For Kimbró, this will be his 8th. On this, the 240th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Still getting some high-definition views. This one coming from Toma Pesque's high-definition camera. He again is wearing the suit with the red stripes.
playing well today, huh? Nope. Yeah, looks like it is non-retracting.
We copy, Tomas. Your green reel is having trouble retracting. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, Jenny. Yeah, look good. Okay. Hop back good there. Yeah, now it looks good. All right, let's take a look at mine. Yours looks good. Should be coming out of my left side. Oh. It's between your legs, so point your legs at me. Legs at me. Don't rotate. Just straight pitch. More. I'll pitch you a little bit. Clear. Thanks, sir. Better. Yeah. All right, it's heading out.
Great work, you two.
Yours is on top of mine, but it's not a very huge deal, I guess. I'll just clear my reel. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on your reel, too. Yeah.
Copy. Shane, you'll be translating directly to the work site, and Tomas, you'll be stopping at the port Cedar cart. I have warnings for both of you when you're ready.
Okay, we're ready.
Grapple shafts and curvet coupling in the teeth is a no-touch zone. There are sharp edge hazards on the MT rail attachment lug near the 2 Bravo IEA inboard and radiator corner, and on the pit pins on the ticker and the sticker. Those both don't meet EVA kick loads.
Copy. Copy.
Once the astronauts reach certain milestones in their translation path, you'll be hearing these periodic notes, cautions, hazards along the way, just making sure as they reach specific milestones that they attempt to cross certain thresholds. In this case, this is an attachment lug and a few pins on the translation path out to the Port 6 truss, making sure that their navigation path is very precise and delicate at some of the parts of the International Space Station, maneuvering very swiftly over these areas. They'll be making their way out to the work site very shortly. We'll be seeing the glimpses of the rollout solar arrays that are positioned on the modification kit of the 2B power channel very shortly.
Shane, your next step as you translate outboard is going to be to drop your green hook once you're on P6. Before crossing the Sarge, check your gauntlets are down.
Okay, copy, Jenny. Gauntlets are down.
Copy, gauntlets down on EV2.
I'm at the port Cedar cart, Jenny. I'm going to attempt to my crew bag.
Copy, Tomas.
Getting good views of Sheyne Kimbro. Again, he's in the suit with the white stripes, or the unmarked suit. He's going straight out to the worksite today, passing the port 4 truss. Additional solar arrays there. There'll be one solar array will be upgraded as part of the augmentation plan. That'll be on the nadir side. He's making his way out, though, to the port 6 truss. Both of the mast canisters there, that's the sort of tin can looking structure at the base of the solar arrays. Both of the mast canisters out at the port 6 truss are affixed with modification kits. Now coming more clearly into view, the white strut structures you see coming out from the mast canisters. Again, Kimbro will be making his way out to the nadir side. You can sort of see it on the top of your screen there. That's the nadir side, and he'll be making his way out to the work site there, where there is an iRosa solar array positioned soft docked on the modification kit out there.
Shane, your green hook location is P6 handrail 5312.
Copy, I'm there now, and that's in work.
Copy.
Getting some high-definition views from Sheyne Kimbro's helmet camera.
Copy. You can translate to the mod kit. Tomas, after stowing the crew lock bag, we'll check your gauntlets are down, and then you'll be dropping your green hook on P6. I have 7 cautions for both of you.
Jenny. You can go ahead on the cautions. The gauntlets are down.
Copy. Avoid contact with the deployed and stowed radiators. No sudden movements on the mast canister or mod kit. Translate slowly. Avoid cyclic loading. Battery adapter plate cables on the IEA are a potential snag. While you are both working on the mod kit, you cannot simultaneously impart loads. Sudden stops and quick grabs are not allowed, and there is a 30-pound max lateral load on the mod kit.
Copy all. Copy all.
Getting good views of Kimbro continuing to make his way out to the work site.
Once you're at the mod kit, you'll be stowing the crew lock bag on the left lower strut handrail.
Copy.
And Tomas,
He's got a...
crossing the Sarge, I'll get a check. Gauntlets are down.
My gauntlets are down.
Copy. You'll be dropping your green hook on P6 handrail 5309.
P6 5309 for my green hook.
Good read back.
Kimbro has a crew lock bag in tow, basically a work bag that he's taking out to the work site. He'll be temporarily stowing it out at the work site. Pесque has completed his task of stowing the crew lock bag that he towed from the airlock out to what's called the CETA cart that's on the truss segment of the space station, now configuring his tethers as he makes his way out to meet Sheyne Kimbro out at the work site, now getting good views of Pесque as he makes his way out.
And I'm at 5309.
Copy, Tomas.
As Pеске makes his way out to the work site, he's going to grab a foot restraint, tow it with him to the work site, and install it right in front of the mounting bracket. Once he gets it installed, he will be the one to ingress or enter into the foot restraint, and that's where he will be for the primary portion of today's tasks of unfolding the ISS rollout solar array that's out right above Sheyne Kimbro's head from this angle.
Target working on the relax bag. Shane.
Copy, Shane. And as a reminder, you'll be stowing this on the stanchion which is furthest from the mounting bracket or wherever is most convenient for troubleshooting. But keep in mind that we have a lot that we are attaching to these handrail stanchions.
Okay, you said furthest from the market, not like the other day?
Yeah, we suggest that you're going to be temp stowing it on the handrail that you're holding onto now, but the stanchion which is furthest from the mod kit, so near your left hand.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Copy that.
Just letting you know those might be clobbered today because we got a lot going on.
I understand. Jenny, my green hook is on 5309, and then I've resumed my translation behind Shane.
Copy, Tomas. Next step for you is you'll be reading to and retrieving the APFR from WIF 18.
APFR and WIF 18.
Good read back.
That's where I am right now.
And Shane, the next step that I have for you is actually going to be to start pre-staging adjustable equipment tethers on the mod kit handrails. And it's looking like the wire tie from the cable routing task that you completed in the last DVA, it might take up that entire wine glass stanchion. So we might have to have you loosen it a little bit in order to fit a small hook on that stanchion. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, I'll give it a shot, but if not, I'll loosen it up.
Copy.
Sounds good. And it's connected on the other end, so that's okay.
Affirm.
All right, so from this one that I'm looking at, I'm going to the handrail, correct, with the small?
With the small, you are attaching from the left upper strut handrail to IROSA, and then with a large small, you're going from the stanchion with the wire tie for the cable routing to the IROSA clevis.
Okay, copy. Don't see the levis. I'm looking for that. That's no, I don't see it. Further out from where you are. Oh, it is? Okay, yeah. Okay, that hand a bit. I have my rep on the APFR. I'm ready to retrieve it.
Copy, Tomas.
Okay, Jenny, I have the one from the upper handrail to the IROSA. In place.
Copy. That looks great. We can see it in your helmet cam, Shane. We do have some concerns about the tether point in the clevis fitting a large hook. So do you mind fit checking that for us?
And the clevis, that's pretty far outboard of me now?
No, actually, it's toward the center of the mounting bracket. It's the gold thing, which is pretty close to the adjustable equipment tether that you already put on the outboard side of IROSA.
Oh, that. Okay, gotcha.
Yep, that's it. So you'll be routing the large, small adjustable with the large hooks through the clevis down to the wine glass stanchion with the wire tie on it for the cables.
Okay, yeah, that looks like it's going to be a little tight, but let's give it a shot.
Copy. And Toma, you'll be following the same translation path outboard that you followed in the first IEA, or the first EVA. So that means a fair lead around the IEA corner and a fair lead outboard of your original APFR.
Sounds good, Jenny. And the APFR, the English said was extended. I actually didn't check before I pulled it out. That thing is going to be fine for the translation, but ask Shane to put eyes on it. Yeah, that's a stiff one, too.
Copy. Good checks.
So this helmet camera view is from Toma Pesque. He's got the foot restraint in tow after grabbing it along his translation path, or the path to get out from the airlock to the work site. He'll be ingressing it as part of the first procedure, and they'll both, Pesque and Kimbro, be using the foot restraint throughout today's activities. Meanwhile, Kimbro getting a head start on some of the activities, working on a tether between the strut that is holding the IROSA solar array and the solar array itself.
Shane, I have a warning for you when you're ready.
Go ahead.
It looks like it's pretty close to where you are now. When you are on the outboard side of the mod kit, avoid contacting the legacy blanket boxes and the protruding trunnions.
Copy. Getting close to reef 38, Shane. Yep. See ya.
Toma, let me know when you're ready for APFR install settings.
Well, Jenny, a minute. Come on. Okay. The best body position to be away from this APFR.
So again, on the left, Sheyne Kimbro working on some adjustable equipment tethers. These are part of the procedures that were added to help secure the IROSA solar array to the mounting bracket after they were unable to do so on the previous spacewalk. This is one of the additions to the procedures to help secure it and align the solar array. Meanwhile, on the right side, Toma Pesque working on getting the foot restraint so he can get some of the bolts that are needed. There is a single bolt that will help to release the rollout solar array. Right now it's sort of folded in half, and that'll help it to unfold it into its position to align nice and straight and level onto the mounting bracket.
and 9er on the yaw, correct.
Yeah, I tried to come through kind of on the inboard side towards the center of the mounting bracket and the outboard, and I could not get. Close. Jenny, on the APFR, 38, the titles are out. Black on black, and have a good pool and talk test.
Copy.
Nicely done.
That's a good APFR install, Tomas. And Shane, it looks like the config that you have with the tethers is good for now. We can adjust that later if we need to, but we're happy with that.
Okay, yeah, we'll just temp down it there, but I'll leave it there for now. And I think next is driving the bolts, correct?
Yep, that's right. You're going to be releasing the M bolts that you drove to torque on the last EVA. You'll be using your PGT for this, and as a reminder, it's a Bravo 7 setting, so you might have to brace yourself.
Am I getting the APFR?
We don't have you in the APFR to release these bolts, but if you need it, we can consider it.
It's right here, otherwise it's kind of in the way. So let me know if you're good with that.
Checking.
Kimbro getting started with the pistol grip tool, sort of a space drill to release a series of 4 bolts. That will be needed as part of the procedures to unfold the iROSA solar array.
Just go around it.
And I can,
Tomas,
I can talk you through that. Actually, your next step is to release the R6 bolts, but we're not going to have you do that until Shane's released the M bolts. And Shane, EV down here, EVA continued to talk, and we are going to have you change that tether config. So a go back to the large small hook. We're going to have you swap the hooks on that AET. So that means that the large hook will be on the mod kit and the small hook will be on iROSA. But the handrails that you have it attached to are correct.
Okay, copy that. And Jenny, can you remind me what the yaw is supposed to be for the PFR UV 31?
Checking.
Kimbro going to revisit the adjustable equipment tethers that he used to tie together the struts and the iROSA, the solar array itself. That's currently positioned in a soft dock on the mounting bracket. This is one of the procedures that was added to help to align the iROSA once it's unfolded to get it into a hard dock position and begin the procedures for deploying it. Meanwhile, Pesque working on the adjustable foot restraint. He'll be entering into the foot restraint to get just access to 1 bolt that's needed. One of the steps, once they are done driving some of these bolts, both of them using pistol grip tools or the space drills, the next step will be to unfold the iROSA. We're continuing to answer questions using the hashtag AskNASA. This next one comes from Dan on Twitter. Some of the views you're seeing, there are shiny mirrors on their wrists. That is for controlling some of the suit's temperature control and other configurations on the front of their suits. They're not able to see directly those dials and some of the controls on there, and so the mirrors provide access to view some of those controls.
Before your next step. So I'm still getting an answer about that APFR ingress for Shane.
Okay.
And Shane, you can ingress the APFR to drive those bolts. Let us know if you have any reach issues. And again, this is Bravo 7.
What's your head, Shane? You're right underneath the... It'll be too much? Yeah. Grab. I think you don't have room to do it unless you lean back a lot.
I'll just be here.
Yeah. That's a good call. And Jenny, for R6, I have to be in my APFR in wave 31, so I'll put that ingress in work.
Okay, copy. Just be aware of your head clearance with Irosa and Shane.
I have a good visual on Irosa and Shane for now. Also good.
Hey, Jimmy, I see Bravo 7. The other settings.
Counter 2.
Bravo 7, counter 2.
We're expecting 14 turns. The bolts should spring out when released.
Copy.
From this angle on the left, you can see Sheyne Kimbro. He currently has a pistol grip tool working with 4 bolts. Those 4 bolts need to be unscrewed first before Toma Pesque, you see on the right, can access his bolt. Now he's in position right in front of what will be the middle of the Irosa, and he's got to access 1 bolt after Kimbro is done with his 4.
And Tomas, while Shane is releasing the M bolts, another small change to the procedure. Since we're swapping between 2 sockets, which are on either of your PGTs today, we're actually going to pre-stage both PGTs, temp stowing them on the mod kit. So we have as written for you to release R6 next, but while you're waiting, if you can reach, you can temp stow your PGT on the right lower strut upper handrail.
Oh, it's it. My back. Don't think I can get there.
Copy. If you can't, there's no rush. We can do it after the R6 bolt as well.
I'll do that.
All right, trying to get a body position. I got M34 is out. Jenny?
Copy. M34 released. Do you have a turn count?
15.
15 turns. M34 released.
Nice work, Shane.
Yeah. The other ones are going to be hard, just body position-wise. Good enough.
Copy. We understand.
When it's unfolded, you'll be in the APFR. It's going to be sweet.
Try this other one over here. You just shut off kind of midway there, Jimmy, so let me crank it back on.
Copy.
Okay, Bravo 7, counter 2 is set.
Good read back.
M32.
Copy, M32.
From the helmet camera view of Sheyne Kimbro, 2 bolts down, 2 to go. After he's done with his final 2 bolts, Toma Pesque will be able to access the bolt that he's currently in position right in front of.
One or two, doesn't look like it's down as far as the other one. All right, 16 turns, 32.
Copy, 16 turns, M32 released.
I haven't seen the tethers, Shane. Does it look like it's nice and solid? Tethers to the iRosa?
Yeah, I mean, it's mine are loose right now, so I'll tighten them if we need it. They're in good position.
Okay.
3 bolts down. Kimbro driving his 4th and final bolt.
We actually like how loose they are for now because that'll give us a lot of play when we try and get the alignment right in a few minutes.
We need some play, but not too much play either. So yeah, we'll play by ear.
Yep.
Understood. You'll definitely be using your judgment to make sure that they are as taut as you want.
All right, M33, Jimmy, about probably 15 turns.
M33 released 15 turns.
Let me get to this one.
Toma, those are 3 of the 4 M bolts released, so you can ready your PGT.
Copy, Jenny. I got 9 PG. I'm going to count and then got you for setting.
Copy.
Correction, Kimbro drove 3 bolts, now working on the 4th and final while Pesque readies the pistol grip tool, or the space drill, to access his bolt that he's currently in position in, on top of the foot restraint on the right of your screen.
Bravo. Counter to 16.0.
All right, 15 turns there on 31, which is released, Jimmy.
Copy, 15 turns on M31. Great job, Shane. Those are all the M bolts released. We're going to have you temp stow your PGT now on the crew lock bag.
Okay.
Again,
Go for R6, Jenny.
yep, you have a go to release R6, Toma. We're expecting 18 to 20 turns. The bolt will spring out when released.
Copy. North.
Copy. Be mindful that when you're releasing this bolt, it is the bolt holding the free side of iRosa to the side which is attached to the mounting bracket. So we'll want to be careful with that free end.
Then you'll have eyes on it.
Not yet. Let me stow on this PGT and then I'll be with you.
Okay, so I'll stop right there.
Okay.
15 turns for now.
We copy.
Kimbro putting away the space drill that he's been using, the pistol grip tool in his tool bag. Meanwhile, Pesque driving his single bolt on his side of the iRosa. Once this is complete, he will get out of the foot restraint, and together, Pesque and Kimbro will work to unfold the iRosa.
Copy, Shane.
All right, tomorrow, what am I doing?
So I'm driving R6. This is the release bulb, so make sure it doesn't unfold inadvertently, I think.
A-firm.
Keep eyes on it. You ready?
Yep,
I got it.
we agree. And Shane, if you could just maintain control of that free end when Tomas releases the bolt and egresses his APFR, that would be good.
Copy. I got it.
We got 20 turns, and the bolt popped out. So I'm going to go ahead and egress the APFR.
Copy, 20 turns on R6. Bolt popped out. We agree you can egress the APFR, and again, you'll be temp stowing your PGT on the right lower strut upper handrail. Shane, you'll be staying in this config until Tomas temp stows that PGT and pre-stages his tethers on the outboard side of the right side of the mod kit.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy.
With that bolt driven out by Toma Pesque, you see him getting out of the foot restraint. That will allow him to get into a position as Kimbro continues to hold the iROSA solar array in place. That front part now loose and able to swing out in front, but he'll need the help of Toma Pesque for this next set of procedures to unfold the solar array.
Copy, Tomas. We suggest temp stowing the PGT on the stanchion furthest from the mounting bracket.
I'm throwing the PGT on the stanchion. That's from the mounting bracket. The one at the bottom of the
one above you.
Oh,
The stanchion on that handrail above you.
A-firm.
So closer to the mounting bracket.
Yep.
Yeah, right there.
Closer to the mounting bracket, we just suggest it's the stanchion, the wine glass stanchion, which is furthest from the mounting bracket,
Oh, okay.
so that you don't clobber the one at the top, because that'll have a adjustable equipment tether hook on it as well as the wire tie.
I got you. Thanks for the clarification.
No problem.
All right. PGT doesn't have a rep on it, so I use a rep from my mini workstation, Jenny.
Copy, Tomas. You can also keep the PGT in your swing arm and lock the bayonet fitting. As long as it's in sight, then you can move your red over.
Move the red over while the PGT is in the bayonet fitting.
As long as it's in view and you can see that it's locked, 15 seconds to hand over.
Copy. That's what you did, Shane?
I had another one on there.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. We can just keep it in there and just hand it to him when I need it.
Yeah, I think that's, I think.
Another handover of video from the International Space Station. Again, we'll be having these handovers periodically. What you were seeing before we lost that signal was the helmet camera view from Sheyne Kimbro looking at Tomas Pesque. He's finding the right place to stow that pistol grip tool, that space drill, because the next set of procedures will be together. Kimbro and Pesque working to unfold the iROSA. Pesque is ready with some tethers ready to strap his end once Kimbro unfolds it from his side.
We're back with you after the handover.
All right, Jenny, how about I keep my PGT and then I'll hand it to Shane when he needs it.
Yep.
Think that works?
That's totally fine. We're just trying to save you a socket swap, and that also does the job.
Okay. I'll keep it with me if that's fine.
Copy. Your next step, Tomas, is to translate to the right outboard side of the mod kit for iRosa Unfold.
Right outboard of the mod kit.
And I'm stable here tomorrow, not moving, so you got it.
Okay.
And Tomas, you'll be staging an adjustable equipment tether to attach to iRosa once we unfold it. So I have that handrail stanchion when you need it.
Okay. Please, go ahead.
You'll be attaching the small adjustable with the hook going to the right upper strut handrail. Looks like you just put a tether down there. Make sure that it's the stanchion closest to the mounting bracket.
Copy. Right upper strut and rail stanchion closest to the mounting bracket. Working on it.
Good words.
Okay, I have an AET stage there.
Copy. I'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check from you, Tomas.
Okay, hap is dry. Gloves, there's some black smudge from the translation, but they're in a very good state. What was the other one, Jenny? Sorry?
We'll be hearing hap and glove checks throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, making sure their helmet absorption pad that's on the inside of their spacesuit helmet, make sure that's dry, as well as the gloves are not scuffed up from some of the activities they're performing, mainly with their hands.
The large-small adjustable, we're attaching the large hook to the handrail with the wire-tied cables on it.
On the lower strut, upper handrail. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. The lower strut, upper handrail. And since it's a large hook, it doesn't matter which stanchion it's on.
Okay, large hook of the adjustable.
Part of the procedures that were added to today's spacewalk to help to align the iRosa with the mounting bracket. You see it now from this great view of Toma Pesque is to use a series of tethers, the tethers being wrapped around both the solar array and the mounting bracket.
Fold iRosa to full extension. Warning, there's a pinch point. Keep clear of rotating iRosa. So again, Toma, that has you outboard.
Okay. You want to do it like the other day tomorrow?
Yeah, okay, so let me put down local.
Yep.
Okay.
Ready?
No,
Okay.
I'm by. Okay, I'm ready now.
Comes.
Yeah, slowly.
And the solar array now beginning to unfold.
You have it. It's out of my hand.
I have it.
All right, looking good.
Okay, so then it's unfolded 175 just like last time. I don't have visual on the alignment guide, but I'm guessing we're in the same situation as last time. Expected.
Okay, copy. We do have a step for you to check, but we're expecting exactly the same thing like you said. So we can have you connect your adjustable equipment tethers to iROSA. They'll both be going to the iROSA handrail, which is directly in front of you because our plan to attach to the iROSA clevis did not work. Shane, of course, you can help Tomas stabilize iROSA if he needs it, but your next step is to install a wire tie around the center soft capture handrail with 3 twists.
Okay, I'll get working on that.
I got the large small AT on the handrail, Jenny, and I'm going to put the small small.
Copy.
Now with the solar array unfolded, the spacewalkers will work together to help with the alignment using some adjustable tethers and wire ties. Once the solar array is aligned, the spacewalkers will grab those space drills they were using to unbolt, and they'll start bolting the solar array into place, aligned on the mounting bracket. Using the hashtag AskNASA, we got a question on Twitter. Why is it important to count the rotations when loosening the bolts? This is to avoid any stripping.
Copy, Tomas. Both those adjustables are on iROSA.
That's correct.
The next step is really us working together to try and reinstall iROSA in this new config on the mounting bracket, but we'll have Shane finish those actions with the wire tie on the middle soft capture feature prior to doing that. So, Tomas, for now you can stand by.
Yep. Start working on the MLI if I can. We might touch it again, so.
Yeah, we have a step. We have a step later on for the MLI, Tomas, but we can talk it if you want to get started early. I would like to check if, from your current vantage point, can you see all 3 alignment features on the outboard side of the mounting bracket?
And you were breaking up, Jenny. I didn't copy the last half of your message. Second half.
No problem. I want to check if, from your position on the outboard side, you can see all 3 alignment features.
Good point. You can see 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can see all 3 of them.
Copy. That's good to know. Thanks, Tomas.
Good.
Jenny, I got the wire tie on. I got the adjustable connected to it, and that goes to the lower stanchion. Is that right?
Yep, the stanchion furthest from the mounting bracket. Exactly right.
Didn't work.
Again, Pesque and Kimbro working together using a series of adjustable straps and wire ties to help with the alignment of the solar array onto the mounting bracket. That'll help to align all the features to allow them to bolt and secure, fully installing the iROSA to the mounting bracket and allow for a deployment later in today's spacewalk.
And Shane, we want to tighten that adjustable up as much as you think is necessary so that that soft capture feature stays down and out of the way for this troubleshooting.
Understand. All right, so we got that on there.
Copy.
All right, I'm going to tighten it up.
Good words.
Okay, and we put it all the way down and then tighten it, right? Right.
Affirm, we want it all the way down, out of the way.
Okay. Well, it's not quite there. It'll reach. So I can move it to the other hook so I won't put too much slack in that one. Yeah, we have to make not the wire tie much. Go around one more time with the wire tie. Back above and back down. No, to the other ring. No, kick the other ring. Right.
Yeah, that sounds good to us, Shane. Well done.
Okay.
Again, what's being worked on now is an addition from the previous spacewalk to help with the alignment of the iROSA onto the mounting bracket. With these straps and wire ties helping with the alignment, they'll be able to secure it using bolts to the mounting bracket.
You can ingress the APFR, and then I have big picture steps for both of you.
And what's your edge? It's still close, yeah. Okay, copy. Maybe I can even get you back off. No, sideways. On the right. There you go. All right, my visor is up.
Copy.
Now entering into an orbital nighttime, the views outside the International Space Station getting a little darker as we cross over the Terminator line into an orbital night. Station 269 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean.
Yeah, Jenny, we're in position, I think.
Okay, So if, Shane, you're in the APFR, then I have big picture words on our next troubleshooting steps.
Okay, I am in. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay. So the plan here is we are going to try and keep the leftmost soft capture feature engaged and straighten out iROSA, then pivot it onto the mounting bracket when it's straightened out. Actually, hold, Shane, we'll have you power psych your HECA quickly. We just lost your camera view. And we're looking for a check of both green lights as well, Shane.
Waiting for next steps from the ground IV, the voice you're hearing in Mission Control Houston, Jenny Seide, giving instructions. These all troubleshooting steps, additions to help with the alignment of the iROSA to the mounting bracket. Next step is to get the iROSA into a soft dock, or soft capture rather, position.
Thanks, Shane. We're looking into it. Both, they're checking. Okay, so again, big picture, we're going to try and unfold and then pivot onto the mounting bracket, with the pivot point being the leftmost soft capture feature. So working together, Tomas, you'll be pulling iROSA outboard. Shane, you'll be pushing the right side of iROSA outboard toward Tomas, but you'll also be pulling the left side of iROSA near the hinge toward you to make sure that iROSA is fully unfolded. Does that make sense?
Jenny, are we sure that the right detent is not engaged or is not in a way? I haven't checked that every.
The right.
It's all the way down.
All the way down.
Yeah.
From my vantage point.
Good verification.
Running it tomorrow. Okay. Hey, Jenny, what can I touch here to push and pull? UV2.
You can touch the stanchions that are sticking out toward you. Those are the canister for the folding and unfolding bolts, like R6. You can touch those and check in on the rest.
I think those will be good enough on each side. So
okay. You can also touch anything on the root beam, if that's helpful.
Okay, thanks.
And we have your...
Hi, Shane. I'm in position if you are. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So I think you're gonna have to pull on the center parts, but on the left side of iROSA, and then I'll pull on the right one, and that should fold it and bring it down.
Okay, so nice and slow. I'm going to start coming towards me.
Okay. Go for it slowly. Not going anywhere.
Yeah, you know how hard it was getting it in. I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Little pulses on it I'm doing, but nothing.
Yeah, but I think it's good enough. Yeah, it's engaging.
Okay, great.
It's aligned. Okay, can you push on the right side?
Yep, I am.
I'll switch it down. Can you control the right side for a moment?
I have the right side and the left.
Okay. Okay. I think it's going good. Let me get out of the way.
A little bit out, but there we go.
Yeah. Let me go back and look. Not quite, but we're not far. Push more.
I have a lot of strength there. I mean, I'm just so far reached out. But that's all I got right there.
hard to see, but from this view we have Sheyne Kimbro on the left, Toma Pesque on the right. He's pushing the right side of the IROSA, trying to get it into a soft capture position on the mounting bracket.
Soft capture. Yeah, your soft capture one looks like it's still out. It may not be all the way out, but I think it's in the soft dock position. Okay. Second. Like it came in a little better. That's just a lot of friction. See it on the back? Yeah, I see it. It slides in, but it stops. Okay, so we're in the same situation we were. No, it's aligned now. Yeah, but over here on this side, when we started, we just had to have some more force to get it through. It's aligned. That's good news. Yeah, but
we copy.
You got it pinched down over there with the decibels? Not entirely down, but mostly down. The thing is, I can't get a good body position here.
Short handover.
On these strips.
Another handover period, losing video from the International Space Station as the station orbits the Earth, handing over from TDRS, or tracking a data relay satellite, to TDRS. We'll be regaining some of that video shortly. The last view you saw was from the helmet camera of Sheyne Kimbro. Kimbro working with Pesque, who was to his right. Kimbro was at the very center of the IROSA. They were working to soft capture the right side of the IROSA, the left side secured, to the mounting bracket.
Okay, cool.
Back with you after handover.
It's lining up, Jenny. I don't know if you see my head count, but there's still some mechanical interference.
Okay, we copy. We don't have KU band back quite yet, so we can't see your helmet cam, but from what you're telling me, there's still some interference. You felt a lot of friction when you were installing it back onto the mounting bracket, but you did get the alignment guides lined up?
Yeah, we do get the alignment.
Okay, and that's the alignment feature just on your side, Toma, or you could see the other two as well?
I can't see all three at the same time. So if I'm checking the one on my side, I'm losing sight of the other two, especially at night.
Yeah.
But the other two are still in. Last time I saw, I think they're still in. This one is nicely aligned in the middle of the slot, but it's still not going in. It looks like, I don't know what's blocking.
Okay,
but
copy.
I can't see anything because I cannot poke my head now between the IROSA and the panel. There's not enough room.
Yeah, I understand. But you did get all three alignment features lined up. That's at least good news.
It's lined up, but I'm going in. Tomorrow, can I release this right side or not? Yeah. Okay. Then I'm still controlling it. Yeah. No. Cool. We might need to both of us be on this side chain and pull on it. I really don't see any other way. Through there? Yeah.
It's a matter of pitch.
I got some pretty good force on it now. I moved over.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can try, but...
Looks like it moved there.
Yeah, but...
It definitely moved.
Yeah, okay. Looks like it moved. Don't do anything. Okay.
I'm holding it.
Go back. Yeah! It's engaged.
Wow.
You want to get your pen?
Yeah.
That's great to hear. So the alignment features are engaged, and you're checking the right soft capture feature now, correct, Tomas?
Correct.
You're in?
Yeah, I think I'm in. The right soft alignment feature is sure, Jenny.
Copy. The right
Shane, I don't know what you did, but
right soft capture feature is in, and the alignment is good. That sounds like you guys were able to do it. Fantastic job.
And applause here in Mission Control Houston. All of the mitigation tactics to align the iROSA with the mounting bracket have worked. The right side of iROSA is soft captured to the mounting bracket.
Jenny, you have eyes on all three of them, the alignment guys, and all three of them are nicely aligned all the way in, just for sanity check.
Nice.
Hey, fantastic news. Thank you, Tomas.
Bolts.
This is my PGT.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I wish it was on me.
Yeah,
they left it on me.
All right, next steps are to have Shane remove the wire tie from the soft capture feature that you tied down there, and you can stow that wire tie in your trash bag, pick up that adjustable equipment tether, and we'll deploy that soft capture feature as well.
Okay. Didn't work.
Start driving the M35 and M36 since I'm here with the PGT in hand. And does that sound like a good idea to you?
Say again, Tomas?
I'm right here with the PGT in hand, standing by to hand it over to Shane, so there's M35 and 36 right in front of me.
Checking.
No rush to ignition, will be ready in 30 seconds. It's just in case.
So you can go ahead and knock those out. Yeah.
Copy. All right. I have next steps for you. We're kind of back on a more nominal timeline, so we're just getting reconfigured here on the ground. You guys have done a great job to get us back on track. After stowing that wire tie and adjustable Shane, you'll be at the crew lock bag, and Tomas, you will be driving R7 and R8, which are the hinge bolts. So for that, we're going to have you ingress the APFR in the center of iROSA. So Shane, you can...
Shane, Shane do it right now? I mean, in the APFR.
There's other stuff I got to do.
That's my PG.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jenny, we don't want to jump the gun. Whatever makes sense for you guys, but...
Yeah, we're just making sure. I want to be...
Shane could knock those off.
I want to be absolutely sure before I give you guys the next steps. So stand by one.
It's rented to you, we're still rented to the bag.
Still to the bag. Oh, why don't we just change that now?
Yeah, great. So, I'll do it. I'm going to use you as a translation.
Yep.
Okay, I have an answer for you guys. Shane, you can drive the hinge bolts. So again, you'll be using Toma's PGT for that. But since you're in position, it's no problem if you do that. We'll just have Toma move to the crew lock bag to retrieve the AMS knob, which you'll need to snug those bolts up.
Okay, sounds good.
And Shane,
Just a minute here, we're getting reconfigured.
copy. And Shane, we think you'll be able to reach both of the hinge bolts from the APFR, but you might not be able to reach the topmost one. Just let us know if you have any issues there. The bottom one is R8, which we can start with.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I may have to roll over a little bit, but I'll check it out here in a minute.
Free from the bag, Shane.
Copy.
Okay, and did the other rack go back to the bag?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
Thanks so
Then you
much.
get your PGT, right? Let me, yeah. That's all good.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, except I need the bag now.
Let me, yeah, see R8. Yeah, I don't think I can reach R7. Maybe they wanted your height in here. You want to swap out?
They can swap, it's okay. Yeah.
So, Jenny, sorry about that. I'll hop out of the APFR. I cannot get R7 for sure. And, well, I'll have a better shot at it.
Okay, understood. That's no problem. We'll just follow the timeline as written.
Might have to roll it one or two tomorrow. You can check it out when you get over there.
Yeah.
And Shane, can I just confirm that that middle soft capture feature is engaged and you've stowed the wire tie and the AET?
I'm working on the AET right now. It isn't, the soft capture is engaged, and the wire tie is in my trash bag.
Copy. Great work. Toma, you can ingress the APFR and ready your PGT.
Okay.
So the tethers and wire ties that were used to help to align IROSA with the mounting bracket, that mitigation strategy worked. They're gathering some of that equipment and getting staged for fully installing the solar array to the mounting bracket. There'll be a series of driving some bolts, so they'll each have a pistol grip tool or a space drill, and they'll work to engage some of those bolts on the mounting bracket.
Shane, I don't know why.
Glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check.
Oh, okay.
Copy.
Got it.
Okay, gloves look good. A small smudge on the right ring finger. Probably just from translation, like Tomas said. And dry hap and gauntlets are down.
We copy. Good checks. Thanks, Shane. You can retrieve the AMS knob with a 6-inch wobble from the crew lock bag.
Okay, Mark.
I'm in the APFR. Oh yeah, I need some roll.
Yeah.
Copy, Toma. We'll have you ready your PGT, and then we'll see if you can reach.
On a roll pedal for me, Shane, with your foot, or is it too far?
Sure.
If it's too complicated, I'll do it. I'll pop the foot out.
I got it.
Got it?
I go with do like that. Put my hand just like it. All right.
Tell me when it's good.
Okay, I'm going to depress the pedal. Are you ready?
Yeah, ready.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Not going anywhere. Moving. I'll try to pop the foot.
It's fully depressed.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's not moving. I think it's max. I think we cannot because the pitch is 90 degrees. Okay, I think I'll have to do it like this. Never mind.
Sorry about that.
All right. Wow. Okay. Let's try. And Jenny, I'm ready for settings if you have settings for me.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
God, it's a small one. Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Affirm.
And Alpha 1, clockwise 2. So soft.
You'll be driving R7 and R8, 13 turns only, 1-3.
Jenny, my PG2 off, so. Okay, Alpha 1, clockwise, taking once again.
Affirm, and we're looking for 13 turns only, 1-3.
13 turns on R7 and R8.
Good read back. Shane, you can retrieve the AMS knob, and following that, we'll still have you at the crew lock bag. If you want to get ahead, your next step is to retrieve the cap keeper as well.
You're seeing Toma Pesque using the pistol grip tool to drive some of the bolts necessary to secure the solar array in this configuration to the mounting bracket. Meanwhile, Kimbro is retrieving something called an AMS knob. This will be used after the pistol grip tool to finger tighten or hand tighten these two bolts.
Jenny, I have, sorry, I gave it more turns. I gave it 17 turns because I couldn't see anything. It's at the very end of my reach, but I gave it 17 turns. I have green light and good torque of 2.4.
Copy, green light.
On R7.
2.4 on the torque and 17 turns. We're just talking that turn count down here.
Please don't make me undo it. Can't get the AMS knob on R7 from the APFR. Probably not. That's too high. I have to climb on the Irosa. Okay, I can use this. Yeah. Still not good. Not bolted yet. Nope. One sec. Jenny, while you're talking R7, do you want R8 driven?
Yep, you can start on R8, Toma. Remember, 13 turns only. Understand that the other bolt was a bit high. It was difficult to see. We're going to have you back out the other bolt, R7, 2 turns.
Even with a good torque and a good green light? Okay.
Again.
So here's for you. I might have to get to R8 with the AMS tool. In any case, I have to climb on the Irosa. I cannot do it from the APFR. The end bolts are not driven.
Copy. We have some body position options that will help you reach that outside of the APFR.
So I have 13 turns on R8, but no torque and no green light.
Copy. That's a good config.
Config? Okay. Now let me, what are your settings for backing out R7, Jenny?
Checking.
So there are 2 bolts to secure the hinges. Right now you're getting a helmet camera view from Toma Pesque's helmet camera. He's looking at the center of the Irosa, and these bolts will secure the hinges that help to unfold it. They need to be hand tightened, so they're only going to do 13 turns and then use another tool called the AMS knob to hand tighten the remaining torque.
Okay. One turn.
Copy, 2 turns.
All right.
You can store your PGT and receive the AMS knob from EV2. You're going to be torquing both of those bolts to just snug, so around 2 turns each. understand you might have some constraints reaching the uppermost bolt. We'll talk about that when you get there, but you can start on R8.
Okay. Doesn't ratchet that tool, Jenny. To turn by hand. Yeah, 2 turns, yeah.
It's turned by hand. It's not a ratchet tool.
Yeah. Is the lead tooling on it? Yeah, 2 reps there.
From this view, you see Pеске has that AMS knob. It's a hand-tightening tool, just a delicate 2 turns to secure the hinge bolts that help to unfold the iROSA.
I think it needs a lot more than 2 turns to be snug, Jenny, so you want me to keep going with the AMS tool?
Just until snug.
Okay, it's going to take, I think, maybe 5-ish turns, I think. Sorry, my 17 turns from the top might not be that bad. I'll find a reason.
And Tomas, like we said, that's too snug. We had a turn estimate of 2 turns, but it might take more as you're finding out.
Yeah, I've given it like 5 or 6 turns, and I still see maybe 2 millimeters to go.
Copy.
And then okay, I'm snug now and tight.
Copy. The bolt is snug.
So done for R8. Okay, and Jenny, my question, I guess, is can I translate on the iROSA even though the end bolts are not driven? To R7.
Tomas, you can use the root beam. Just make sure that you don't touch the blankets as always, but the root beam is fair game even if the end bolts are not driven.
Okay. The beam is going to be good enough to get up there. Up to your intro? Yeah. Back to you. Egress the PFR, and then climb up. Nice. Nice and easy. Yeah.
With the first of 2 hinge bolts tightened to be just a little snug, Pеске now moving into a position to allow him to reach that upper bolt and do the same thing.
Sure. Another tether here. There you go.
And Shane, if you haven't done so yet, you can prep the cap keeper from the crew lock bag. We'll be transferring that to Tomas and using it to remove the caps from the NZGLs.
Copy. It's right there in front of them, ready to go. Back up to it.
Copy. Well done.
Snug. Okay. Now what? Cap keeper. Cap keeper. It's right here tomorrow. Oh, okay. They can just leave it to the bag and yeah. More for this. That would be nice to be near your phone, but got it. Got it.
We copy that R7 is snug. And that's right, you'll be removing the caps. You can keep the cap keepers stowed to the crew lock bag or redded to the crew lock bag.
This works tomorrow. Making progress. Constant improvement. Matters. Okay, here's one cap.
EMS now is back in the crew lock back, Jimmy.
Copy, Shane.
Three tabs.
Copy.
Four. Back at you, Shane.
Got it. Nicely done.
ZTL. And bolts.
Copy. We're talking next steps. It's likely going to be M bolts. I'll have words for you shortly.
Just put away Toma and I'll come here. I'm getting that R7. Sweet.
Yeah, that was fun.
All right, big picture for you guys, considering the time we have left in this eclipse. It's only about 2 minutes. So we're going to move on to driving M bolts. It's crew preference who drives the M bolts. Again, we just have one PGT with the correct socket, which is the green PGT, or Shane's PGT. We are 1 hour away from the next working eclipse where we will be able to do the full cable config at the legacy panel. So the other crew member, whoever is not driving bolts, will head outboard and disconnect the cable harnesses from one another, that cleanup step that we did at the end of last EVA. We will not be touching the legacy panel at this time.
Okay, that sounds good.
You want me to drive first, drive these, and you do your connectors, and then we'll swap?
I think it makes sense.
Okay.
You need to get into your PFR?
Yeah, I think I will.
Yeah. Let me take my local and be out of your way. So Jenny, the plan, I don't know if you heard, is that Dan will drop the bolts on his side while I'm cleaning up the connectors on my side, and then we swap roles.
That sounds great to us.
And another cleanup step is also to retrieve those adjustables at some point, not now, but I think we can do as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking here. We might have you take a look at cleaning up those adjustables as well, but I'll have a confirmation for you soon.
Okay.
2 hours into today's spacewalk, the spacewalkers have their next steps. There are 4 bolts that need to be driven on the right side of the solar array to secure it in place to the mounting bracket. In the meantime, the other crew member will work on routing some cables and cleaning them out, getting them ready for the connections. We're about to enter into an orbital sunrise, which means the sun will be shining on their solar arrays, and the arrays will be producing power. Some of the next steps after bolting the solar array to the mounting bracket include connecting some of the cables. We need to be in an eclipse or in an orbital nighttime in order to start that work to reduce the electrical current flowing through the solar arrays. So the astronauts will be working on the bolts during an orbital sunrise and connecting the electrical cables during an orbital nighttime.
All right, Jenny, I'll get my PGT set up here in a sec.
Copy, Shane. Your settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Bravo 5, clockwise 2, set.
And we do have a preference that you start driving bolts in the center of the mounting bracket. So we have written starting with M35 if able, but understanding you're splitting those bolts with Toma.
Is 35 the inmost on the right side? Yeah.
Affirm.
Oh, you can, well, yeah, I could probably get that.
Copy. We're looking for 11 to 13 turns. It'll be to hard stop, and the black line will be flush.
2, 3, 4, 5. I can read. 6. That's teamwork right there, Shane. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Got low torque.
Any green light there, Jenny?
Yeah, we want these driven to torque.
Some more? No, still not.
Yeah, I just can't.
Oh, you got it.
Got it.
Yeah, green light.
Okay, and black line flush, looks like.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Tomas.
Yeah, no worries. Do my work now. Connectors.
All right, Bravo 5, going for
Back in.
M34, Jenny.
Copy, M34.
All right, cable's disconnected on my side, Johnny.
Copy, Tomas. And go back, Shane, when able. Can you report torque and turns for M35 as well?
Was 13 turns and the torque was 22, Jenny. 22.
Copy, 22 on the torque and 13 turns. Thank you.
Okay, for M34, 22 and 12.87 turns. Green light.
Copy, 22 on the torque, 12.87 turns, green light, and check black line flush.
Black line flush.
Copy. Shane, it looks like your helmet might be touching the blankets. Just a reminder to back off. If we have trouble reaching those bolts, we can egress the APFR.
Okay, on M32, 22 on the torque, 13.47 turns, green lights.
22 on the torque, 13.47 turns, green light on M32. Check black line flush.
And black line is flush. Come on, is my helmet clear if I'm down here?
Yeah, and there's that R6 extension that's also really close to the visor.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, you see that. And as long as you're clear of this and you don't go up, that'll be good.
Thank you.
Got 3-4 centimeters now.
Get the torque on that one.
You're getting a view from the helmet camera of Toma Pesque looking at Sheyne Kimbro. He's in the suit with the white stripes, or the unmarked suit, driving the bolts on the left side, making sure they're secure over there.
22, 12.87 turns, green light, and black line flush.
Copy, black line flush, green light, 12.87 turns, and 22 on the torque for M33. Ready for M31, and we're still showing your helmet pretty close to those blankets, so we'll have you egress the APFR for the final bolt.
Well, this way it might even be more comfortable out of the APFR. I can hold the PGT.
Copy. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
RT sound.
Yeah, make sure you're back.
Kimbro has 3 of the bolts on the left side driven. He's going to get out of the foot restraint to drive that 4th bolt.
Copy, I'll get that together for you. I have that data for you. We're at PET of 2 hours and 7 minutes, EV1 MEDOX 7 hours, and we are 53 minutes until our working eclipse for cable connections.
Jenny, it sounds all great.
Yeah, you guys are doing fantastic. Plenty of time.
Engage that one. Just not engaging tonight.
M31?
Yeah. On it nicely. Let's see if I can come from the other side.
Shane, if it's difficult to engage, you can start it by hand if needed.
Okay, there.
From the helmet camera of Toma Pesque, just hand tightening some of the bolts while Kimbro gets into position to drive that 4th and final bolt on the left side. They're counting down to an eclipse or an orbital nighttime where no power will be drawn by the station's solar arrays, and they can make the electrical connections necessary to augment the power that IROSA, the solar array they're currently working on, will be providing to the 2B power channel. That work needs to be done in an orbital nighttime. In the meantime, we're handing over some of our visual communications from the International Space Station. That video coming from TDRS, or Tracking and Data Relay Satellites. We're just handing over between the satellites now, should be regaining those views shortly.
That was 13 and a half turns, 22 on the torque.
Nice.
Black line flush.
Copy, I just caught that. We're
Switch the cables.
back with you after a handover. So that was M31, 22 on the torque, 13 and a half turns, green light, and black line flush.
I'll have to stay here with you unless you swap over to a ret.
Oh, you might reach if you're just grabbing the cables.
Okay.
I'm just staying
Sure.
there. I can swap it. Right.
No, it's right here. You're right. I'm good. We're still on these, right?
I'm ready for M36. I got Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Good settings. Your go for 36.
Getting video back from the International Space Station, Sheyne Kimbro completing his 4 bolts on the left side. Tomas Pesquet has 1 bolt driven on the right side. He hand-tightened a couple of them. Now with the pistol grip tool or the space drill in hand, he'll complete the installation of the 3 remaining bolts on the right side of the solar array.
I got 13 turns, torque of 22.0, and green light.
Copy, M36, torque
We're done.
of 22, 13 turns, green light, and check black line flush.
Black line flush, working on M37.
Copy, M37.
Journey for AV2, my connectors are themated.
Copy, Shane.
Do you want me to get the adjustables off the iRosa or leave them?
Just getting the final check for you, Shane.
Okay. 11 turns on M37, 22.2, and green light.
Copy, 11 turns, 22.2, green light, and I'll check black line flush on M37.
Black line flush, Jenny, sorry, yeah, forgot that.
No problem. You can move on to M38, and Shane, you can clean up your adjustable tethers on the outboard side of iRosa.
Okay, Mark.
Lights, 22, 10.5 turns on M38, Jenny.
Copy, green light, 22 on the torque, and that was 11.8 turns. Check black line flush on M38.
It was 10.4 turns, sorry, and on M, black line is flush.
Copy, 10.4 turns, and black line is flush on M38. So that's the final M bolt driven. Well done, you two. You can either temp stow Shane's PGT or give it back to him. Tomas, you're going to be cleaning up your adjustables also on the outboard side of iRosa.
And let me know when you're ready for you.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. I have 2 adjustables that I cleaned up. iRosa.
Copy, Shane. Next steps for you shortly. Shane, once you've stowed your PGT, we'll have you start by connecting the NZGLs on the inboard side of iRosa, J1 through J4.
Copy, Jimmy.
With all 8 bolts securing the iRosa to the mounting bracket, the astronauts are now doing some cleanup steps using some of the adjustable tethers that were used to help with the alignment of the iRosa to the mounting bracket. They'll clean up some of those. There are a few cables that they're able to connect ahead of the eclipse or the orbital nighttime, so they'll get into those tasks, get a jump start, and then once the station goes into an orbital nighttime and the solar arrays, the legacy solar arrays are no longer drawing power, they'll be able to make some of the electrical connections that are necessary during the eclipse. It has to happen during an orbital nighttime. Everything on track so far to meet that deadline. Will they be able to make the necessary electrical connections?
Okay, Jimmy, I'm ready. I think I have P1 here.
Copy.
And no FOD, no bent pins, good EMI band. Both sides look clear.
Copy. Good checks.
Yeah, I've retrieved my 2 adjustables there on my New York station.
Copy, Tomas. That sounds good. If you're not conflicted with Shane, we understand the NZGL workspace is tight. You can also connect the NZGLs 3 and 4, but it might just be a 1 crew member job. In that case, I'll have words on your next steps soon.
Hey, Jimmy, P1's made it to J1, and we're locked over center.
Copy. P1J1 made it over center.
Jenny, I can give you those checks in the meantime.
E2 now, no FOD, no bent pins, good EMI band. Both sides look clear.
Good checks on P2, J2, and Toma, I copy. I'll be taking checks from you for 3 and 4.
Okay. 4, J4, good pins, no fraud, EMI band, and 3J3, no fraud, good pins, EMI band. Those are nice and clean connections.
Okay, J2 is made at Jenny, or P2 to J2, sorry.
Copy P2 to J2 mated, check lever over center, and I copy good checks on 3 and 4.
Over center. Are you going for it?
Yep.
Let me get out of your way. All right, I'm clear, Toma.
Okay, I'm moving in, and Jenny, I'm ready to connect P4 to J4 if you concur.
Concur.
P4 is connected to J4, lever over center.
Copy P4, J4 mated over center.
P3 to G3, lever mated over center.
Copy P3 and J3 mated over center. All right, well done. All the NZGL connectors are mated. I have a caution for you. Avoid contact with the cables when they are attached to iROSA. You guys have gotten yourself in a great config ahead of the working eclipse, which is still 42 minutes away. So that means we are going to send you to some cleanup steps until we have that working eclipse and we can move to the outboard cable connections. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. And you're ready.
Tomas, you can release your fair lead and relocate your APFR from the original EVA to WIF 29, which is on 4 Bravo.
Release my fair lead and let's call it the corner APFR to the other side on the 4 Bravo side.
Affirm. And Shane, similarly, you'll be relocating your APFR, which is now in WIF 38. You're moving it to 4 Bravo WIF 17, 17.
Copy 17.
Right. All right, APFR to 4 Bravo.
Affirm.
My safety totally look all right?
Just 1 second.
Yeah, let me get a chance. Make sure it's not behind me.
It's better. Rotate towards your left shoulder. That's behind you. So you have to bring your legs up, like towards your right shoulder, and forward. No. I think it'll be easier if you come towards me a little bit. Like nice, you swing your legs in the direction of the IEA. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of inboard. Like that. Yeah. More. And then above. Yeah, it's coming. Your sport. I think it's between your legs now. You can clean it. Oh wait, come. Did it come through there? It's between your legs. So you have just your left leg in motion. Inboard. Inboard. Yeah. Yeah, and then bring it up. Bend your knee, bend your knee, bend your knee, and then outboard. Yeah. Now it's to your left. There you go. Right there. Across your body. Perfect. Thanks, bud. Good bet. Anytime. Okay. The PFR. Okay, I'll get this. Got a rat on the PFR. I do as well.
Copy.
That's one. I remember. I don't like this one. Okay. All right, I got it on the RET and BRT.
So we're talking how much extra time that we have here, and we do have a get-ahead to check a couple of whiffs with these APFRs, which is on the way to where you'll be installing them for the next EVA. So I'm preparing some words for you to check an intermediate whiff prior to installing them on the 4 Bravo side, just so you guys know.
Hey, Jenny. Sure we got time to get ready for the connectors? Yeah. That's the main point.
Yep, that's what we're talking down here. We want to give you guys plenty of time to prepare for those connectors. So I'm just telling you what the conversation is down here, and we're keeping that in mind.
Two astronauts doing very well on their timeline today, securing the IROSA to the mounting bracket. The next steps comes about 30 minutes from now. They're waiting for an orbital sunset.
Hold here, stop translating. It looks like your HECA, your helmet camera assembly has come unattached. Correction, your IRCA.
Yeah, I can see that, Shane. Okay. I'm holding here.
Copy. We're looking at it now.
You want me to go to Shane or go relocate the AK-4 and go to Shane afterwards? That's something I can fix here.
Any nearby? Checking Tomas. For both crews, Shane and Tomas, we're going to put your APFRs in any nearby WIF. So drop off your APFRs, and we're going to work the IRCA.
Okay.
With this problem popping up, it's probably clear to you guys, but just so that we're on the same page, we're not going to be relocating those APFRs now. We're just going to be fixing this IRCA and then getting in position. We have around 33 minutes until the working eclipse starts.
Copy. Copy.
Jenny, my APFR is in with 18, black on black. Good pull test. Again, good pull test, good twist test. And pitch knob is out.
Copy. Good checks, and your APFR, Shane, is installed with 18, 1-8.
So again, the iROSA is secured with all bolts to the mounting bracket. The astronauts are now buying time until an orbital nighttime where they can work on connecting the remaining electrical cables. They got a few cables connected already, some data cables that did not require an orbital nighttime in order to connect them. They're going to secure these portable foot restraints for now, and Pesque is going to go over to Sheyne Kimbro and address a helmet camera issue. Just make sure that's secured to his suit. Make sure they get good views from the helmet cameras of both astronauts, because they're both going to be setting up for connecting those electrical cables come the eclipse or the orbital nighttime. So they'll just make sure everything is set before they enter into those next critical steps.
Bad? Face you or what? I don't know. Did you have words, or I was just trying to figure it out?
We don't have specific words for you yet, Toma. Anything you can tell us about how it came unattached will be helpful. We're talking how to re-secure it down here.
So I don't know how it came unattached, but it was floating above Shane's head. It's kept in place by the connectors. And I don't exactly know how to reattach it.
Toma, we're talking down here. There's no way to kind of re-engage it, so it's nice to give Shane pats on the head, but we don't think that'll do the trick.
Do you want me to put a tether on it?
We're talking about it.
Okay. Kept in place by the cables, not ideal, but... Okay. Can you rotate your left, Shane, so I can see the other side?
So what you're looking at is the helmet camera assembly with the lights that are affixed to the top of Sheyne Kimbro's suit. Pesque will work on a procedure to try to secure that helmet assembly to the top of Kimbro's suit. Those lights will be needed for some of the upcoming procedures to shine onto the cables that they'll need to connect. So the ground teams here in Mission Control are working on a solution to figure a way to affix that camera assembly to Kimbro's EMU or spacesuit.
We're probably going to have to use a tether or a wire tie or something, but we're still looking for the exact words on how to get this reattached. We won't be able to just push it on because you'd have to basically deconflict and move 2 tabs out of the way to get it back on nominally.
Understand. I can have a tether going to the bracket itself. And that sleeve is going to keep it attached. And then we have a wire tie around that knob on the right side of the helmet. That opens and closes the visor, but then that means you keep your visor down the rest of the time. Oh, that's all right. I think I'll do that. We'll see if they say you offered it up. We'll see if they come up with. You have a ret from the me workstation that you could spare? Sure. Because hey Jenny, my suggestion here is a ret to the bracket from Shane's me workstation, so at least it's secure, it's not going to go anywhere. And then I'll wire tie on the. Do a good job on the knob that lowers and raises the sun visor, at least on one side, and then hopefully on the other side too. I have plenty of adjustables if those will help.
We're happy with that plan, and
to go back to your...
just to confirm, Shane, you will not be able to actuate your visor with that wire tie in place. That's correct.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, I think the best is you have to go back to your main workstation. Tether coming from somewhere on the right. Right? Yeah, the right of your T-bar, and then I'll put it somewhere on your helmet. Okay. You got it? Yeah. This one has the pick pin, huh? Yep. All right. Location to accept. Okay, I have a red on it. It's unlocked. You lock it. Can you unlock it, Shane? I can get in a better position for you. Let me know. No, it's good for now. It's just that I don't have so much to hold on to. Holds. Not this one? What? This handhold here? I think like this is not too bad. Can you hold it with one hand? Everywhere. On your, like, as best you can. There? Yeah. Okay. Try to wire tie it. There's a wire tie. Okay, I'm still holding it down. Like it slipped off there. I have to move. My local tether's too far away.
The visor's like halfway right now, so I don't know which position you're going to put it in.
Unplugged, push something. Know what that is?
You want to go to the bracket?
No, I want to go towards your right side.
Can I help?
No, but I'll bring the visor down.
Thank you.
It doesn't really catch anything, fortunately. Slippery. I think I'm onto something.
A creative solution by Toma Pesque to secure the helmet camera assembly with the lights in particular needed for the upcoming procedures to connect some electrical cables in orbital nighttime using a wire tie to temporarily secure the helmet camera assembly to Sheyne Kimbro's suit, allowing him to see the cables that he will be connecting. There are only a few cables needed, and these cables do need to be connected during an orbital nighttime.
This is okay, you'll be able to move it. But yeah, the visor will be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not using the visor.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, right side is done.
Thank you.
Gonna look
Right,
great.
so I need to hold it?
Yeah, no, yeah. No, you can let go. You can take a break.
Yeah.
And be working on that side. I'll be looking great.
To the man.
It will be better than before.
That's a good position here?
It is a great position. Hey, Jenny, how much time we still have in the eclipse, in non-installation?
Copy. We still have 21 minutes until our working eclipse.
Be okay. Oh.
Yeah, I want to mind if you need it.
All right, thanks for that troubleshooting and Toma getting your buddy back in a good config. While you're still with Shane, if we could get you to turn on his HECA, we'd also appreciate that because that got turned off in the process.
Yeah. Stand by for a minute.
He's going to do another wire tie, Jenny.
Oh, okay. Understood.
It's not done.
Got it.
Can you come towards me a little bit? And bring your head pitch up, belly up. Nice. Okay. Yeah, good.
So again, a creative solution by Toma Pesque to secure the helmet camera assembly to Sheyne Kimbro's suit. That'll provide him nice lighting and of course the camera views for the teams here on the ground to monitor the steps that are critical to occur during an orbital nighttime. These are electrical cables, so they need to occur during nighttime so the solar arrays on the 2B channel are not drawing any power. The plan now is to secure the helmet camera assembly using these wire ties, get Sheyne Kimbro in a good configuration, and then the two will make their way over to the work site, get in position, and wait for sunset.
Let's go. Towards me. Here. No, it's turn? Yeah. My other hand on this hip. It got loose. I think it's possible to put back. Here. Can you hold it now? No, with your right hand. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Surgery, part 2. Nice. There we go. I know it's moving a little bit. Don't let go. I'll bring it forward a little bit if you can. No, no, not the lamp. Bring the lamp back up. Pitch up the lamp. The lamp. The light. The light. What am I doing with it? Pitch it up. Pitch it up. Yeah. Up. Oh. I'll have to redo everything. Yeah. I could go around. Can go around the helmet first valve. You have a red on it, right? Yeah. That thing to hold on to. That's good. No, there's nothing good. Nothing to attach it to.
We copy, Tomas.
I can attach it to the safer tower. The tower is probably the best option. I can do that. Shane, there's another try. Thanks, Tomas. Hold it. Hold it, because I'm going to pull on it a little bit. Okay.
We're keeping an eye on the time, and we're only going to work this for about 2 more minutes. And at that point, we're going to move both of you in position on Shane's side of the cables, considering this helmet issue. And then we'll talk the cable forward plan from there.
Yes, I think I'm up to something.
Copy.
Yeah. Works. Okay, I think the right side is good. Shane, rotate. Go to your right side. No, your right side. Right side. Your right side on the IA. To your right side. Put your right shoulder on the IA. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I copy that you guys think it's in a good config.
Yeah, I think for now it's in a good config.
All right.
I'll have to redo the wire tie on the right, but I think for now it's not going anywhere. I try not to bump your head. I can use the visor or not? Yes, you can. Jenny, if I have 2 more minutes, I'd like to give a try to the wire tie on the right side, please.
Guys, we can revisit this.
All my work might be undone.
We can revisit this after the cables, but at this point, we're going to have to get you in position both on the left side of the mounting bracket for Shane's cables.
Okay, but I'm going to have to redo everything from the beginning, but okay. Good.
Understood, Toma. We're just up against that clock.
Because I need both sides to hold, otherwise I cannot get something stable on just one side. So, and now right now I have just one side, so it's flopping. But okay, I'll do the cable. Sorry to you.
Come on.
Hey, no worries. We're not far. Jenny, what do you need us? Jenny?
And Toma, to confirm, you're going to be following Shane to his work site. Make sure that he's in a good config. Yeah, make sure he's in a good config for those cables because we understand the limitations with the helmet lights. And then...
Not config in terms of lights?
Say again?
Okay, the guy's lights on, so I think it's good for now.
Okay, we're comfortable with that, Toma. You can head to your side of the cables if from where you're currently at. Shane looks like he's in a good config.
He does. Thanks, Toma. Well, I need to come back and spend at least 10 more minutes.
Understood, Toma. We can plan for that. We want to make sure that we get this pinch point right. We're still 10 minutes away from our working eclipse. We just need you both in position.
Minutes. Okay, we're both in position.
Copy. Understood. And Shane, for your awareness, we do not have your camera views, which is fine, but we will not be able to help you troubleshoot these cables if there is an issue.
Copy that. That's my first one, just so I can prep it.
So with a little creativity by the astronauts currently outside the International Space Station, Toma Pesque was able to assist Sheyne Kimbro in temporarily securing his helmet camera assembly with the lights to the top of his spacesuit. He'll need the lights to connect the cables that are in front of him. You're seeing the cables that are in front of the helmet camera view of Toma Pesque. They are in position, ready to go. They can't start connecting the cables until they're in an orbital nighttime. Make sure no power is being drawn from the station's solar arrays, and they'll begin the electrical connections. They're both on each respective side of the station's solar arrays. They have the cables ready to go. They are in position, and they'll make the connections during an orbital nighttime. Sheyne Kimbro is in a good configuration with the lights on and providing illumination of his work site, so Pесque made his way over to his respective work site, so they're flanking both sides of the solar array, and they'll be able to make the connections on each side. If necessary, Pесque can go over to assist Sheyne Kimbro, since he does have his helmet camera assembly with the lights and, of course, the camera views that the teams that you're seeing here in Mission Control Houston can see the work site and troubleshoot any issues as necessary.
Starting the cables at this time, but just for your awareness, Shane, you will be starting with P7, and Tomas, you'll be starting with P9.
F9, insight. Gonna get started tomorrow? Yep. That's you. Yep.
I have a consumables update for both of you. Limiting consumable, EV1 Medox, 6 hours, 30 minutes, PET, 2 hours and 55 minutes, and I'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check from both of you.
It's down. Got good, nice gloves for EV1, and hap is dry.
Copy, EV1.
Good gloves, dry hap, and gauntlets are down for EV2.
Good checks for EV2. We are 5 minutes out from our eclipse. I have 2 warnings for both of you. And just to be clear, I'll be giving you the go once we are at the correct time and we have all of our safing in place.
Copy.
The warnings are you must not demate the SAW connectors until eclipse plus 2 minutes and MCC go. And you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from any SAW connectors which are demated starting 2 minutes prior to and during installation.
Jenny, I don't know if we still have you, but you were breaking up. We didn't copy.
Okay, I'll read your warnings again. Crew must not demate SAW cables until eclipse plus 2 minutes and on MCC go. And you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from any SAW connectors which are demated.
Copy. I don't see any demated ones here. Yes.
Another handover and some of the video coming from the space station should be regaining it soon as we enter into an orbital nighttime and the two astronauts begin the procedures to connect some of the electrical cables that are necessary to perform during an orbital nighttime. Flight controller is monitoring the power systems on board the International Space Station, making sure that current is not flowing through the 2B power channel. An estimated 2 more minutes until the astronauts are given a go to start making the electrical connections necessary to complete the, well, in part to complete the installation of the IROSA.
Just over a minute until our working portion of the eclipse, and again, we'll be giving you the go when it's time.
Copy, Jenny, we're ready. Copy.
These electrical connections should be the final steps to install the IROSA to the mounting bracket. Once they complete the electrical connections and flight controllers determine everything is go to proceed, the next steps will be to deploy the solar array while the two astronauts are out at the work site. There are two bolts that are keeping the solar arrays together. They're called launch restraint bolts. And the launch restraint, there are 2 of them that are needed to be undone in order to release both of the solar array blankets.
All right, we are go for connections. So to start, Tomas, you will be demating P9 from the blanket box, and Shane, you will be demating P7.
Is demated.
P7 is demated.
Copy?
What's your remate?
You will be mating the right side P9 alpha to panel P9, Tomas, and Shane P7 alpha to panel P7. I'll take a check for FOD, pins, and EMI band.
Can I do the cable side before? Because that's the one I had in AMJ.
Affirm, Tomas?
Yes, I've swapped now. I've got the panel side 9 alpha. Okay, never mind, Jenny.
EZ2, Notified, no bent trends, good EMI band.
Copy, good checks.
Same for you,
Copy.
Before given the go to connect the cables, the astronauts inspecting the inside of them for any foreign object debris, making sure they're clean before making the connection.
Made it for EV2.
Copy. P7 Alpha mated to P7 for EV2. You can move on to J7 Alpha to the SAW cable P7.
Okay, that's in work. And good pins. Notified, good EMI band. For EV2.
Good check, Shane.
And it's mated.
Copy. J7 Alpha mated to P7. Shane will have you move on to P21. You can demate that connector from the blanket box power panel, P21.
Okay, and work.
The P9 is mated to panel. I'm working on J9 Alpha.
Copy. P9 Alpha.
And P1 is disconnected. Demated.
Copy. P21 demated. And for Tomas, looking for your checks on J9 Alpha.
Yeah, good checks on J9 Alpha.
Copy, Tomas. Shane, we're looking for checks and connections.
J9 Alpha is mated.
J9 Alpha.
Mating P23.
Mated to P9, moving on to P23 for Tomas. Shane, you'll be connecting P21 Alpha to P21.
Okay, notified, no bent pins, good EMI band, going for the connection now.
Copy, Shane.
And good check on P23 for Tomas and going for the connection.
Copy, Tomas. Those are good checks on P23 Alpha. You're mating to panel P23.
A lot of memory in this cable.
Yeah, struggling with this one.
All right, P23. Okay, P23 on the panel is connected to P23 Alpha.
Copy, P23 Alpha to P23.
Connection, P23 Alpha, and I'm on good pins. I'm looking at P23 and I'm making that connection.
Copy. Good checks. And Shane.
Jimmy, I'm going to move on to my last one and then come back to this one if that's all right.
Copy. That sounds fine to me. Shane, you'll be mating J21 Alpha to P21.
And no bent pins. Good. Copy. No bent pins, good EMI band.
Good checks.
Okay, P23 connected to J23. I got all 4 connections made. Good checks, Jenny.
Nicely done. Tomas.
Copy. Well done, Tomas. I agree. Those are your final connectors.
One more to go here. All right, Jenny, I've got one more to go. I got that last one, the 4th one.
Toma, that was J21 Alpha to P21, you said?
23.
Okay, Jimmy, for EV2, the 221 connections are now done.
Copy. Those are all of our connectors. Well done, both of you. Plenty of time left. Now I'll have you secure the strut MLI over the mod kit fasteners. You can use wire ties as needed.
Okay, give it a shot here.
I think it's pretty good on that side, Jenny. What do you think?
We're looking, Toma.
The bolts.
I'm using those kind of internal wire thingies. Yeah. That's pretty good. Helped out.
We're assessing it, you guys. Again, we can see your helmet cam, Toma, but we don't have eyes on Shane's side.
He's doing great. I think the MLI is wrapped. Shane's side looks good too.
Yep, I agree.
Not going to win no beauty contest, but the whole metallic structure is wrapped around MLI.
All right, copy. We're discussing down here. Toma, we're happy with your side of the MLI. Still discussing Shane's. Question going back to the cables for both Shane and Toma. We don't want you to head back to the cable connections because we're doing some safing steps now. But since we don't know what these are like on orbit, could you report whether when you mated to the panel, you felt a click, like the wing tab connector went over a connector?
Yep, absolutely. On all four of them, you feel a click.
Once you get it kind of lined up, you know, it seats, and then you can rotate it nicely, and you get a feel the click. Yeah.
Perfect. And that was on the cable side as well? You felt that little detent click?
Both. On all four of them. Both.
Yep. Agree.
Okay, great. Thank you for the confirmation. We're talking to MLI.
With 20 minutes of nighttime to spare, the electrical cable connections are complete. Now the astronauts will continue some of their additional work, including covering with multi-layer insulation. They'll also perform a test ahead of loosening those bolts necessary to unfurl or deploy the solar arrays themselves. Those bolts called launch restraint bolts. There are 2 of them, and that will be one of the next steps after all the tests to verify that the IROSA is secured and ready to deploy.
Not yet, Toma. I should be able to tell you shortly.
I want the views from it. I know that.
The long wire tie.
That's it?
Yeah. It's going to be great. If you bump it, then it's going to bolt off. I mean, there's a rut on the cable, so it's not going to go anywhere.
It's not going anywhere, yeah.
At least it's going to make it more stable. It's actually stable.
Okay, thanks for you guys'.
Another handover of the video communications coming from the International Space Station, handing over those satellites as the station continues to orbit the Earth. Again, the electrical connections that were required to be mated during an orbital nighttime were completed with a lot of time to spare. In that orbital nighttime, they're getting some of their other tasks out of the way, including covering some of the components with multi-layer insulation. We can expect tests ahead of deploying the solar arrays just to make sure everything is in shape for those solar arrays before that is made.
That we're doing down here after you guys successfully mated those cables. So, Toma, you can translate to Shane and work the helmet cam issue.
Okay. You want to go to Toma, same place? So,
I need access to, actually, you know what? How about we go down here? You can go down here and next to me.
Coming.
Before the electrical connections were made, Toma Pesque used wire ties to temporarily secure Sheyne Kimbro's helmet assembly that includes the cameras and lights on top of his spacesuit. That's secured with wire ties. He's going to continue to work on that helmet with some time to spare before they get into the steps necessary to deploy the IROSA.
Right here or somewhere else closer? Let me try to let's see.
You have to face this way.
Okay.
Like hold two hands on this handle. Go this one and this one here. There you go. Now bring your feet towards me. Back your right foot above, yeah. Left. Yeah. Stop.
Got something.
Yeah, it's your place is contacting. You have to bring to go higher. Oop. Slowly. Save.
This way?
Yep. Okay. On your right side to me. Your left side to me. Beautiful. Okay,
good.
Done.
Okay.
Okay. Oh man.
Thank you, sir.
You're good.
Get out of here. I'm kind of stuck on it.
Yeah. That's your.
The Heka is the high-definition camera assembly that is on the top of Sheyne Kimbro's spacesuit. The green light indicates power is flowing. Teams here in Mission Control Houston will verify the feed is coming from Sheyne Kimbro's helmet camera.
It's at least stable for now. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that looks really good. Thank you, and well done.
So you're gonna let me. Do we have time, Jenny? You said 30 minutes, so we have time. We're gonna try to fix a little bit this side now. Okay. A little bit more tension.
Hey, and we still have 25 minutes of that wait for a checkout on our side, so lots of time.
Okay. Do you want us to relocate the APFR or not in those 25 minutes?
We're checking on it. In the meantime, glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check, please.
All right, for EV1, we got very good gloves, gauntlet in position, and dry hat.
Copy for EV1.
Two good gloves, gauntlets in position, and dry hat.
Copy. Good checks on EV2. I'll let you know shortly about the APFRs.
It's further away. It takes a little bit more time. Yeah. Visual display. Yeah.
All right, you two. Looking at the check that we need to do here on the ground, we might have that complete as early as the end of this eclipse, which is around 11 minutes away. So best case scenario, we're ready to move with our steps in 11 minutes. So we do not want to commit you to moving those APFRs. We can help. We can have you get in position for our deployment steps and hold there.
Okay, Jenny, I think this is a good decision, and we'll do just that.
Copy. That sounds good.
We have two good high-definition camera views from each of the astronauts. That troubleshooting step on Sheyne Kimbro's helmet camera worked, so we got both of those. The next steps will be to get in position during this orbital nighttime for the deployment sequence. There are two bolts that are keeping the iROSA solar array blankets together. These two launch restraint bolts will help to unfurl and deploy the iROSA solar arrays. They stretch out 15 feet wide, and they'll deploy to 60 feet once those bolts are undone. The whole sequence will take about 6 minutes, and we'll be able to see it real time from the helmet cameras of each of the astronauts. Once the deployment sequence is completed, they'll use the pistol grip tool to secure some tensioner bolts, keep those solar arrays secured in the fully deployed position 60 feet out. And that will complete the deployment, the installation and deployment of the first brand new iROSA solar array on the 2B channel.
See R9 and R10, Jenny, I'm in position.
Copy, Toma.
When you translate in, I can feel the structure move.
Yeah, let's forward.
You're in position? I can't see you actually.
Not quite yet. Yeah, I just don't like the... Alright, that's better. Yep, I'm good now.
You're getting a live look at the high-definition camera view from the helmet camera of Toma Pesque.
Minutes to wait in this position prior to us being able to do our checks.
Thanks, Jenny, for the information.
The astronauts are currently waiting for an orbital daytime before beginning a test. Make sure that the IROSA is secure and that all systems are go before Toma Pesque begins using the pistol grip tool. This is the space drill. There are 2 bolts that are securing the blankets in a rolled-up position. By undoing them, the solar arrays will deploy and go out 60 feet. That whole sequence will take about 6 minutes, and then they'll use the pistol grip tool once again. Pesque will have the tool in his hand to secure tensioner bolts and keep them tight and in place once they're fully deployed. But again, they're just standing by in position, ready to go once the sun starts to rise.
Jenny, for AV2, can you see my helmet camera views?
Hey, from Shane, we can see your helmet cam.
Okay. Hopefully that looks all right.
We can't give you too many words on that because of the light situation, but we'll be able to give you more once we're in installation. For now, it looks fine.
Sounds good. Thank you.
While the astronauts wait for the next steps to perform that test before deploying the solar arrays, we'll continue to take questions using the hashtag AskNASA. This next one comes from Michael, who's asking about the procedures. What about the procedures that they follow during the spacewalk? Are they memorized, relayed vocally from Earth, displayed on the sleeve, or a heads-up display? You can sort of see it on the left wrist of Toma Pesque from this helmet view. There are a few procedures, critical procedures, that they can flip through and read at any time. It's a little booklet that contains some of the procedures. Most of the procedures, though, are studied ahead of time, so they're very familiar with the procedures. In addition, there is a dedicated person here in Mission Control Houston called the Ground IV. In this case, it is Jenny Seide. She is the one that is communicating from here in Mission Control Houston, gathering the knowledge from the EVA officers, extravehicular activity officers, and the support teams here, and relaying them to the crew. She's behind, on the left of your screen there, Flight Director Ron Spencer, who's leading today's teams. In the back there, Keith Johnson, the lead EVA officer, knowing the intricate procedures and working with his teams in the back room, knowing the procedures forwards, backwards, and of course having a few crib sheets right there in the center. Jenny Seide is the voice you're hearing from Mission Control Houston. Her job is to communicate with the two spacewalking astronauts on the outside of the International Space Station, Canadian Space Agency astronaut. To her right, our left, Drew Feustel, NASA astronaut. It's his job to communicate with the astronauts on the inside of the International Space Station.
Three more minutes.
Astronauts continuing to hold position until that sunrise. In the meantime, we'll continue to answer some questions. This next one comes from Raj on Twitter, who's asking, will the ROSA type of solar array be used in future spacecraft and space stations? The answer is yes. These particular solar arrays are called IROSAs, ISS Rollout Solar Arrays. They're about 15 feet wide, and they were folded in half when they were delivered to the International Space Station on a SpaceX Cirrus-22 Dragon. That fit very nicely in the unpressurized trunk of the Dragon. For the gateway, they will also use ROSA technology, but it will be about twice as wide at about 32 feet. And that will provide about 30 kilowatts of power each. There are two designated ROSA solar arrays on the gateway planned for the power and propulsion element of the gateway, and they'll use those solar arrays to draw power as it orbits in a near rectilinear halo orbit around the moon. These are great questions coming in using the hashtag AskNASA as we await for an orbital sunrise, and the astronauts do the same. This next one on Twitter asks, do astronauts practice these spacewalks on Earth? The answer is yes. Part of becoming an International Space Station astronaut is to get basic spacewalking training with the amount of spacewalks and maintenance that's needed on board the International Space Station. What used to be dedicated spacewalks for very particular procedures is now more of a basic overview of how to perform spacewalks, how to move, and how to understand the procedures and understand the layout of the International Space Station. There is a large pool located just off the center here at the Johnson Space Center called the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. There are full-scale mock-ups of the modules of the International Space Station where astronauts will go in and become neutrally buoyant using a series of weights and floats that are dependent on each of their bodies, and they'll practice the procedures and understand what it's like in space. It is the best analog for practicing some of the spacewalking procedures that are needed. Some of them, some of the runs that are done are specific to spacewalks. In fact, there were some runs that were done specifically for practicing the techniques needed to install these rollout solar arrays. Here you can see an astronaut performing some practice procedures, holding onto handrails and working with a crew lock bag, that's their toolbox, and getting familiar with the needed procedures.
2 minutes till installation.
Copy.
And with an orbital sunrise as the International Space Station flies over the middle of the Pacific Ocean, heading towards the western coast of the United States. The astronauts in position, ready to await the next set of procedures to test the iROSA, make sure it's in a good configuration before beginning the deployment sequence.
Now that we're in insulation, we can better see your viewpoint, Shane, and we want to get a good view of the magnets on the end of iROSA, so we're going to have you yaw to your right if you can manage that in your current body position.
Okay, give me a second. I'll give that a little bit more.
You can lower your sun visor, Shane, if you can. Try to grab it from the front.
Yeah, I don't want to go that far.
Okay.
Fine. Hey, Jenny, I can barely see it. I don't know if you can see it on my camera.
Yep. Not quite, just at the end of it. But we understand that you're kind of constrained in how far you can go. That's really good if you can manage that.
And I'll go back to that once we get there, but I'll relax a bit for now.
Understood. All right, good news, you two. We have the data that we need to go for deploy. So with Shane in position, Toma, you can ready your PGT. I have settings for you.
Stand by one.
Bravo 7, counter 2.
Stand by one, Jenny.
Copy.
Okay, I copy Bravo 7.
Affirm.
Counter 2.
Bravo 7, counter 2. Good words.
And with that, Toma Pesque will use this pistol grip tool to undo 2 launch restraint bolts. Each will deploy the iROSA. It'll take about 6 minutes to fully deploy 60 feet.
He's driving 2 bolts, right? The second, once he releases the second one, then the iROSA will deploy, right?
Oh, that's correct.
That's correct.
You have time. I'm going to R9, Jenny.
Copy, starting on R9, 17 to 20 turns. A white line will appear when fully released.
South. Okay. Now we're talking. 3. How many turns again, Jenny, please? 17 to 21?
17 to 20.
Is fully released. I see a white line.
Copy, 17 turns, and you see a white line. R9 is fully released. We'll get Shane into position. Again, yawing to his right to give us a view of the magnets, and you can start on R10, 17 to 20 turns. The white line will appear when released, and then we expect deployment, which should take over 6 minutes.
Okay, Shane, you give me a go. Yeah, I'm ready. Going. Five turns.
Pesque now driving the final bolt needed to deploy the IROSA.
Turns. 20 turns, but the bolt is not popped out, Jenny. I keep going.
Continue.
Much. Yeah, 33 0 turns and the bolt not popped out. I don't see a green light.
Copy, Tomas. Can we confirm, again, white lines appear on both, and both have popped out and are away?
No, stand by. No, stand by. 30 turns, no white line, bolt not popped out on R10.
On R7?
Copy, the bolt is not popped out on R10.
Yes, and there is no white line.
Okay, we're going to have you continue releasing R10.
Releasing. Okay. Turns 5-0. I see it.
Solar array deployment has begun.
Copy, well done.
Tomorrow.
From the helmet camera of Sheyne Kimbro, you can start to see that solar array unfurl. The blanket's becoming clearer as it makes its way up. The full deployment sequence takes about 6 minutes.
Your positioning looks great. We can see a very good view of those magnets in your helmet cam. Toma, we are going to have you move to the right side of the mod kit to get in a similar position, viewing our ROSA unfurling.
It should work. Nice and slow, Toma. Yeah.
The first of the 6 planned IROSA new solar arrays to augment the power systems of the International Space Station started deploying at 10:24 a.m. Central Time. The International Space Station was 261 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean, just west off the coast of California.
See the magnets, the first 4 and the 5th is snapping together as we speak. Yeah, first 5 are snapped. Good magnets.
Copy. We see that in your helmet view. Looks good, guys.
It is beautiful.
Again, the IROSA or the ISS rollout solar array is about 15 feet wide and 60 feet long. The deployment sequence takes about 6 minutes. It'll be some time until the solar array, the solar arrays themselves, the blankets, start drawing in power to confirm a good power draw. In the meantime, after the deployment sequence is complete, Pеске has a final task to secure the...
Things looking good, you two. 30 seconds to hand over. We're going to keep you in this position.
Enjoying the view, Johnny. Copy.
About halfway done with the deployment. The solar cells will draw power over time and will later be able to confirm that power is being drawn from the IROSA. Pесque will hold his position right in front of a series of other bolts called tensioner bolts. Once the IROSAs are fully deployed at 60 feet, he'll use his pistol grip tool or his space drill to secure those tensioner bolts and keep the IROSA fully deployed. That will be the last of the tasks on the 2B power channel. Next will be cleanup and moving some of their equipment over to the 4B side. Again, this is the first of 6 planned IROSAs that will augment the power supply of the International Space Station, continuing scientific research and technology development aboard the International Space Station for years to come. The 2B power channel provides critical power to a lot of important scientific experiments downstream. The 4B channel will be next. There's a modification kit already installed on the mast canister where the new IROSA, which is currently at the end of the station's robotic arm, that will be moved over on a spacewalk now scheduled for next Friday, the 25th. The spacewalkers' remaining tasks after securing the 2B channel will be to prepare the 4B channel and the work site necessary for moving the new solar array over to that new power channel. IROSA continuing to deploy as the station flies 262 statute miles right over Portland, Oregon.
Here tomorrow. Yeah, nice snowy mountains. See the earth from side to side. Not bad. Oh, we have no idea.
How are you both doing in that position?
I'm doing good. I think my position is much more comfortable than Shane. I'm hanging in there.
Copy.
Danny, can you tell us which part of the world we're overflying right now?
Check in. I can at least give you this, Shane. We have what we need from your view, so you can relax and get in a more comfortable position. Toma will keep you in position, and I'm checking for you.
Okay, thank you.
You just always know that.
What do you know? It's Canada.
I knew it. Thank you, Jenny. I think it's very fitting.
Thanks for asking. Drew Feustel's on console with me, as you know, as well. So, party down here.
Nice.
Great views of the Rocky Mountains in the background as the International Space Station flies over Canada. Jenny Seide, the ground IV here in Mission Control Houston, a Canadian Space Agency astronaut, working next to Drew Feustel, NASA astronaut and a dual citizenship with Canada.
All right, good news, you two. You probably can see most of what we can see. We're tracking a full and good deploy of that solar array. So well done, both of you. We are going to move on to blanket tensioning bolts. So that has Tomas on the inboard side at the center of the mounting bracket.
Okay, well done, Jenny, and congrats to good news everybody who was involved in that project. Looking good now.
Likewise, and I agree, that was great to see. Well done.
Okay, tensioning bolts. Meaning like a butterfly.
Confirmed good deployment of the first iROSA, the new solar array that is part of the plan to augment the power systems on board the International Space Station. That deployment took about 10 minutes, but we did get confirmation that the deployment is good. Toma Pesque will finish up the job by securing 2 tension bolts that will secure the iROSA in its deployed position.
Copy. And Tomas, confirmed you can start with R12. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
I confirm I start with R12, and I'm grabbing my PD.
Copy.
I'm ready for settings, Jenny.
Alpha 1, counter 2.
Okay, Alpha 1, counter 2.
Good words. You'll be releasing R12, 5 to 6 turns, and the bolt will spring out when fully released.
R12, 5 to 6 turns, get in work. Settings Alpha 1. Okay, Alpha 1, counter 2, 5 to 6 turns.
Good words.
Both popped out. Saw a jolt in the solar array. Nothing bad, I think it was expected. I can confirm there's a release mechanism. The tension mechanism is released on R12, which is the right solar array wing.
Copy. And we agree you can move on to R11.
To R11.
Flight controllers confirmed that the first tensioner bolts looks good. Pesque has one more to go to fully secure the deployed IROSA.
First thing we got to get when you're done with this is that tube, so I might just hand you a ret.
Yeah, sounds good. Setting on R11, Jenny.
For R11, you have the same setting, Alpha 1, counter 2.
Alpha 1, counter 2, 5 to 6 turns.
Affirm.
And release, stopped out. And I confirm visually, tension mechanism is released on R11.
Copy. Well done. That's R11 confirmed release. We are moving to cleanup steps. Tomas, you can stow your PGT. Shane, your first step is to remove the square scoop, which is on the base of the mounting bracket.
Go out of your way, Shane.
You want to put this red on there?
Yep.
With that, we have two good tensioning bolts that are securing the deployed IROSA on the 2B power channel. That does it for the 2B power channel. Now the two astronauts will work on cleanup steps and start on some procedures to get a head start on working on the 4B channel. There's another IROSA on station now waiting to be installed on the other side of the Port 6 truss. They'll start by cleaning up this work site and getting prepared on the 4B side and getting some steps of the next IROSA that will go on the 4B channel unbolted, just a couple steps ahead of actually moving it over to the 4B channel on the next spacewalk, now scheduled for the 25th.
I'll be back exactly where I from. I'm moving to my TFI location.
Copy. And Shane, when you have the
Scoops in the crew lock bag.
Copy. We're going to inventory the crew lock bag.
Okay, ready?
Ready. And as a reminder, Shane, if half of this crew lock bag is set aside for contingency and you did not open it, we do not need to inventory that side of the crew lock bag.
That's what I was wanting to hear. Thank you. All right, so I have a square scoop attached to a ret. I think it's supposed to be on an internal ret, but I used one that was on the outside, but it's in the bag.
Copy.
I have a long duration tie-down tether with a long wire tie. I have a cap keeper with 4 MZGL caps attached, and I have the AMS tool with a 6-inch wobble on the end. And that one has 2 rets in series. What else? What else are you looking for? On the outside, I got an adjustable. I have a large, small ret. I have another adjustable.
Checking for you, Shane. All right, that is a good inventory. Thank you, Shane. You can temp stow the crew lock bag on your APFR, which you left in with 18.
Okay, I'll head over there now. Get the bag.
Four hours into today's spacewalk, the first IROSA as part of the station's augmentation plan to augment the power system currently on board the International Space Station has been complete. Again, the astronauts are just cleaning up their work site, making sure they have all the tools and foot restraints necessary before moving over to the next work site, the 4B channel. They'll be preparing that channel for the remainder of today's spacewalk as much as they can to make sure that is ready for when they go out and install another IROSA on the next spacewalk, now scheduled for June 25th.
I have a big picture update for both of you. Our PET is 4 hours, limiting consumable EV1 MEDOX, 7 hours, 30 minutes. And you guys are performing your cleanup steps, and APFR relocates now to the 4 Bravo side. Following that, we're going to head back to the FSE and release the upper support beams as a get-ahead for your next EVA.
Thank you. And I think my face tether is around my back, so I'll go back a little bit inboard to clear it. Okay. You see it?
Second, tomorrow I'll take a look. See.
It's behind my left leg.
Yeah, it's right between your legs. If you can swing your left leg towards your head. You can see it now? And I've got my crew lock bag.
So I should, what do you think I should be doing? What were you saying I should be doing?
Just a second, let me look again.
That's what I think I got it.
It's between your legs, and now kick your right leg, bring your right leg towards your head a little bit.
How?
Other way. Now it's, yeah, what you do with your left foot there, do it with your right. Bring it towards your, yeah, like that, slowly.
It's in front now. No?
Yeah, it's just very clear. Now take your, there you go, like that. Now come down with your feet, both of them, towards the handrail. Yeah, it's just caught on your right knee, so
yeah,
you got to clear that right side.
Yeah, it'll clear itself when I go down.
Okay.
Definitely. Okay. Transitioning over to the 4 Bravo side, Jenny.
Standby 1, Shane.
Tomorrow.
That was Toma, Jenny. Am I not supposed to go to the 4 Bravo side with my KSR?
And standby 1 as well, Toma. They're still just talking about that one get-ahead to check an extra pair of whiffs on the way to the relocation. I'll have words for you soon.
If you told me what your relocation on. Okay. Still behind me, Shane?
Let me look. Still between your legs.
It should be coming from my left, right? So I need both legs above it.
Yeah,
right?
It's just caught on your right leg right now. If you can...
It should come from my left, no?
No, it's not. If you can... Just lost sight of it. But, okay. So if you can bring your right knee up, I don't know, you probably can't very much, but then, oh, you almost had it there. There you go, perfect, keep going.
Yeah, but now it's going to be between my legs, no?
No, it's going to come out right in the middle.
Nice, in between my legs.
Now you're good.
Oh, good, nice. Well done, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Jenny, what's the word?
Tomas, you are relocating your APFR to the 4 Bravo side. As we discussed, this is the nominal get ahead. You're going to place your APFR in WIF 29. Shane, we are going to go have you assess one WIF along the way to your nominal relocation.
Okay, copy.
29, cross, right.
Jenny, if I'm coming right back to this spot where my APFR is, can I just jump still my crew like back here? A little bundling it.
Checking.
Or am I not? I guess I could. I'm not coming back here.
Yeah, my first thought is that you're not coming back there. Okay, disregard my last, Shane. You are not coming back to the site, so you will bundle the crew lock bag with the APFR, and we are not doing your get-ahead WIF. So we are on the nominal relocation, so just the translation path that you studied, and we're relocating that APFR to the 4 Bravo side with 17.
Okay, sounds good.
And Jenny, what's the clocking on that APFR, please?
12.
12. Copy.
From this view, you can see Kimbro at the very top of your screen. That's the 2B power channel where they just completed the installation and deployment of the first iROSA to help augment the station's power supply. This is the new solar array that is also part of the 2B power channel in addition to the legacy solar arrays that are out on the Port 6 truss. On the bottom of your screen, you see Toma Pesque. He's already getting some of the next work site, the 4B work site, some of the preparations ready for when the two of them go out once again next Friday to install another iROSA. And that will complete the port side, the Port 6 segment of the International Space Station and the upgrades there.
The APFR in WIF 29 is a clocking of 12. Good pull and tug test.
Copy. Good pull twist test. Check locking collar black on black, Tomas.
Locking collar black on black. Pitch India, India. The roll is Foxtrot. And the yaw is 11.
All right, those are good settings. Let's confirm that the pitch knob is popped out, and then you can translate back to the cable bag.
Pitch knob is popped out. I'll go back to the cable bag.
Good checks.
Hey, Jenny, what's the pitch for the new APFR when I get it there?
Fox, Fox.
Okay, it's the same. Copy. Jenny, I got the APSR, BRT, I got it bundled to the crew lock bag. Translate to the 4B side.
Good words, Shane. That sounds like a good config. Let me know if you need any additional words on your translation path.
Yeah, I probably will. So, stand by.
The translation path is the predetermined movement that Sheyne Kimbro will make from the 2B power channel, where he currently is at the very top of your screen, in the suit with the white stripes, or the unmarked suit. He'll get some words from Capcom Jenny Seide, who's been the voice here from Mission Control throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, on the translation path, or the particular path needed for him to get from this worksite to the next.
Yeah, I am back on the 2 Bravo side. I'll make my way through the cable bag.
Copy, Tomas. Sounds good. You'll be closing up that cable bag and securing the lid with the straps, and then relocating to the 4 Bravo side.
Hey, Jenny, am I going past this radiator, then where do I go?
Checking.
How you doing, Tomas?
Doing good. Thanks, Shane. Getting in position to work on the bag.
Shane, you continue translating inboard past that radiator.
Okay. Jenny, I'm in position for the bag. Go ahead and close it.
Copy, Tomas.
Jenny, I'm at our green hook locations.
Copy, Shane. We're tracking you past 1 A-frame. You are going to be translating down the 2nd A-frame to the 4 Bravo side.
Okay. Yeah, let me, looks like my other reel is not retracting, so let me work on that for a second.
Copy. Take your time.
All right, is this the A-frame I'm going for? I just inboarded the green hooks.
A-firm, that's right, Shane.
The bag is closed. I'm going to go ahead and retrieve it.
Copy, Tomas.
Hey, Jenny, I'm on handrail 5311. Is that where I start going? Yeah, looks like I go outboard from here.
Affirm. You head back outboard.
Nothing to hold on to.
If it helps,
All right, I got a right from the bag.
Shane, you can grab onto the cams of the grapple fixture, but be mindful of the pins, obviously.
Yeah, just another way to reach that. Thanks.
Again, the astronauts completed the installation and deployment of a new solar array on the 2B power channel. Now they are cleaning up that 2B worksite, getting all the tools and equipment necessary that were necessary for the tasks today, and they're moving it over to the 4B side. This will be the worksite for the next spacewalk, tentatively scheduled for Friday, June 25th. You saw Kimbro with a portable foot restraint in tow.
My BRT.
Tomas has a equipment bag in tow as well.
You'll be relocating that to the outboard radiator side, and I have handrails for you if you need them.
I will need them, but when I get there, Jenny, if that's okay.
Of course.
Again, Pesque is in the suit with the red stripes, and Kimbro, the suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit. Kimbro is on the 4B side, Pesque on the 2B.
Short of the west. Yeah, I'm at 5329 and
Okay.
as I can go. Does that make sense?
Copy. You're at 5329.
Yep.
And you said your tether is...
Can't get any more
Oh, your
outboard.
tether is limiting you from going outboard.
Correct. Doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be that short.
Yeah, we're tracking that you should be able to translate further outboard, so we think you might have a snag. Let me check. And Shane, we're going to have you...
Yeah, I'm translating the outboard.
Shane, we're going to have you backtrack. We think it might be a snag. If you can turn back and see anything, that will be helpful as well.
I'm doing that now. Thanks. And I have the reel in my hand, Jenny. It's retracting, and it's supposed to be.
Copy.
I can't see anything from here.
Jenny, I'm back on the short Bravo side, so roughly that bag goes out of it of the APFR that I just installed, correct? Across the AA.
Affirm.
Hey, Tamara, so yeah, hey, Jenny, whatever I did went back a little bit and put it out for it again. It seems to be working.
A lot of potential for snags around this area.
Yeah. All right.
Shane, we're still talking your tether. You're still limited from going outboard. Is that correct?
Nope, I'm good to go. I went back in a little bit and then tried it again, and it went free. So I'm at the 17 right now.
Oh, okay. That's great news. You're looking to install that APFR and with 17, clocking of 12.
Clocking 12.
And with a good tether configuration, Sheyne Kimbro made his way out to the 4B work site. This is essentially the opposite end of where they've been working throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. After completely installing and deploying the new IROSA solar array that will be augmenting the power supply on the 2B channel. They're just doing some get-ahead work now. Kimbro installing a portable foot restraint into a work site interface, really just getting it prepared for when they head out again for a future spacewalk to upgrade that power channel, the 4B channel.
Copy, Tomas.
That's where you want me to put the bag is my question.
Affirm, Tomas, that's a good position for the bag. Just make sure that the lid faces inboard.
Okay, thanks, Jenny.
Correction, the hinge faces inboard.
The hinge inboard.
Hey, Jenny, 6 o'clock, black on black, good pull test, good twist test. Pitch knob is out.
Copy, Shane. And to confirm, that's a clocking of 12.
12, sorry, yep. Did I say 6? My bad. Yep.
Yep, we're looking for a clocking of 12.
That's what it is.
Okay, great. So those are good checks. The remainder of your settings are Fox, Fox, Fox 8.
Stand by.
The hinge facing inboard.
Good words.
Jenny, Foxtrot, Foxtrot, Foxtrot 8.
Good words.
I'll get the crew lock bag.
Copy. You'll stow that on your BRT, and can we check pitch knob popped out on the APFR?
Jenny, do you want it open or closed, that bag?
You can leave the bag closed, Tomas. Your next step are to translate inboard and pick up your green hook along the way.
I can leave it closed, but can I leave it open too? There's not that many barrels right here in the area. I want to leave it bouncing around.
We copy, Tomas. We're just checking on it. So the bag does need to stay closed for this stow.
Copy, closed.
If it helps, you might be able to use the ORU tether points on the bag.
Yeah, but that doesn't...
I got the crew lock bag. My VRT, Jenny. Where they go translate that?
Copy, Shane. I'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check from you, and then we'll have you translate back to your green hook.
Gloves are great. Dry hap and gauntlets are in place.
Copy. Good checks from you, Shane. You can retrieve your green hook.
Tomorrow, I'll meet you up there.
Okay.
Tomas, we're still checking on bag configuration for you.
That's good. I'll be done in 5 minutes. Okay, Jenny, I have 3 AETs from the back down. It's floating a little bit, but it's general orientation that you wanted. I think it's good enough. What do you think?
Copy, and we agree that looks good to us. It really is your best effort, and as long as you're happy, Tomas. So with that, you can translate to retrieve your green hook. Shane is going to be translating there as well. He's on his way.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to stop and fix my tether again. It's not retracting.
Copy, Shane.
As we enter into an orbital nighttime, the 2 astronauts out of the P6 Trust, that's Toma Pesque of the European Space Agency and Sheyne Kimbro of NASA, completing their work preparing the 4B work site. So they moved some of their equipment, including portable foot restraints, some tethers, some cables, all over to the 4B work site.
The handover.
And they are done with those procedures, the 4B worksite ready for the next spacewalk. The next set of procedures we are waiting for from the ground here in Mission Control Houston will be the set of procedures to head over to the flight support equipment, which is on the end of the station's robotic arm. There is the other IROSA, the other solar array that will be used to upgrade the 4B power channel, the worksite that they've been preparing for that next set of upgrades. Their task for the remainder of today's spacewalk is to go over to that worksite and unbolt a few things, essentially preparing that IROSA to be removed from the flight support equipment and brought over to its new home on the 4B worksite.
I gotta work on mine again. I'm at my green hook tomorrow, but my other one's pretty messed up, so I'm there working on it.
And we're back with you after the handover. We copy about your tether. Is that the retraction issue, Shane?
Yeah, tomorrow too, I think.
Yeah, tomorrow's cleared up. I'm good. I'm on my way.
All right. I got my green hook on my red reel. Do you want Tomo to lead or me to lead going back?
Checking.
Right now,
Yeah, Tomo.
either if you go. I'm right behind you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
We'll have Tomas lead to the FSE.
It's not convenient here,
Can
Jenny.
you get over me here?
No. There's no good handrail, so we'll go like this and we'll be conflicted the FSE.
No problem, guys. If it's easier for Shane to lead back, that's fine with us. Shane can lead to the FSE.
There's no good handrails here for me to jump over Shane.
Great.
No problem. I understand. Just make sure. I copy that Shane has retrieved his green hook. Toma, I need words on you picking up yours and a glove inspection, hap check, gauntlet check when you get the chance.
I'm not at fast 309 just yet, but I'm getting there, Jenny.
Copy, Toma.
Okay, fast 309, speak up the devil.
There it is.
There it is.
Copy.
I'll pick up my green hook, Jenny, and put it on my red reel if that's okay.
Affirm.
Green hook is on my red reel and it stays unlocked. Both reels are unlocked and my yellow hook is locked on my green reel.
Copy. That's a good config, Toma. I'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check as well.
Gauntlets are down, gloves are good, some black smudges from translating around, and hap is dry.
Okay, copy. That's a good check. I have a big picture update for both of you. Our PET is 4 hours, 35 minutes. EV1 MEDOX, 7 hour, 20 minutes. As mentioned previously, we are headed to the FSE to release the IROSA upper support beams. That should take us about 1 hour, and then we will reassess where we are.
Jenny, that sounds good. Happy?
And you guys are doing great.
Two.
So confirmed from the flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston, everything looking good for the 2 spacewalking astronauts to proceed to that flight support equipment. Correction, it's not at the end of the station's robotic arm, it's on a portion of the station's truss called the CETA cart. There houses the flight support equipment that is holding the final IROSA that was delivered on SpaceX Cirrus-22. These IROSAs, contracted to be built by Boeing and subcontracted by Redwire, are going to provide augmented power supplies to the entire space station, the first 2 being delivered this year on Cirrus-22.
Okay, right behind you. Watch out, your line is wrapped.
Again, they finished the preparations needed for the next work site, the 4B channel. They won't be going back to the 4B channel today to install that IROSA. Instead, they'll use the remainder of their time, as noted by the flight controllers here, 1 hour, to loosen up some bolts on a beam that's keeping the IROSA in place. That will eliminate about an hour of time from the next spacewalk, when they'll go out and be able to remove that IROSA pretty quickly, move it over to the mounting bracket on the 4B channel, and install it to complete the 4B channel's augmented power supply.
See where I'm going first.
So as written, I do have you climbing onto the FSE from the zenith
Okay, I'll just wait.
square of the port CETA cart. Shane.
Copy that.
And I do have some reminder cautions I need to read you when you're ready.
Yeah, ready.
No sudden movements, stops, or quick grabs on the FSE. Translate slowly. Wait until FSE motion dampens out before imparting any loads. While working on the FSE, you must not simultaneously impart loads into the FSE. Driving and releasing bolts at the same time is acceptable. And do not contact the IROSA blankets because the solar cells are fragile.
Copy all. Copy all. We'll be real tomorrow. We'll just talk about it every time we're going to move.
One at a time.
Yep, one at a time.
So we just got your helmet cams back. I can see, Toma, you're retrieving your crew lock bag from the port CETA cart. Is that correct?
Doing. All right.
Getting some good views from the helmet camera of Sheyne Kimbrel looking at Toma Pesque, European Space Agency astronaut. They've both arrived at the work site. The flight support equipment, there's an IROSA, another solar array. On the flight support equipment, he's working with a crew lock bag to get some tools needed for loosening the bolts that will help with some of the get-ahead tasks to prepare for removing the IROSA from the flight support equipment and moving it over to the other power channel on the Port 6 truss, the 4B channel, on a future spacewalk.
We're going to leave it here at the shoulder. Then cross over.
Okay. Yeah, you're just going to reach up to your right there, I think. Grab on.
Now and
Now entering into another short handover period, already regaining some of the audio from space. Again, the flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston being led by Flight Director Ron Spencer. You see on the right of your screen, the voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control, Jenny Seide, there in the middle of the console.
FSC. Where am I going? Ready? I'm staying nadir and I'm crossing, correct?
You are stowing your crew lock bag on the tower handrail if that's not done already.
Yeah, so Venus or nadir? Where I am.
You'll also be performing a socket swap.
So you can click receive.
You'll also need to perform a...
Okay, you're going nadir, Tomas.
Yeah. That's the translation route for me, Jenny. Nadir or Zenith to go to the other side of the FSE.
Copy. So then you'll be, that's correct, translating nadir outboard to get to the tower handrail.
Okay. Copy nadir and Shane's going to stay Zenith. We'll try.
Affirm.
Conflict.
Shane's going to translate zenith outboard to stanchion Charlie.
You want to switch together, Shane, from where you are?
Not yet.
Let's pay attention for a minute.
Yeah, it looks good. Let's see, it's behind your back.
Yeah, that's what I thought with all the rotation.
Yeah, but we can, it's coming around.
Clear like this.
It's good. It's clear.
Clear?
Yep.
Yep.
Nice.
A good view being provided from the truss segment of the International Space Station. You can see the other solar array in the center of your screen. It is folded in half, just like the other array was at the beginning of today's spacewalk. You can also see the station's robotic arm off to the left. It is stretched out as earlier in today's spacewalk. The other end of the station's robotic arm was providing some camera views of the deployment of the solar array on the 2B side.
Going to Charlie, right, Jenny?
Affirm, Shane. You're headed zenith outboard, stanchion Charlie.
Right near Tomas.
You'll both be on the outboard side, correct?
Go. The FSC moving.
Okay, I'm stopping.
Inside of the gym, too, from here.
Okay, I'm going to start moving again.
Yep. I'm not doing anything. I'm waiting on you.
Okay. All right, I'm at 7. This is where I'm putting my crew lock bag.
Affirm. You'll be leaving your crew lock bag there, Shane, and Tomas, you are stowing your crew lock bag on the tower handrail.
Mark Jenny.
Good coordination, you two. Shane, let me know if you need a handrail number.
I got 7's where I'm putting it, right?
That's right.
I got a red on the tower handrail on the bag.
And my crew lock bag is on 7. Let me get my PRT off.
And Shane, you'll actually be translating to stanchion Alpha before using your PGT.
Yeah.
Crew lock bag on the tower handrail. I'm at stanchion Alpha.
Tomas, next step for you, I have doing a socket swap to the 5/8 2-inch socket.
Okay, Jenny, I'm going to head over to stanchion Alpha if you're good with that.
Yep, I am. Tomas is not translating, so you can translate to stanchion alpha. It is nadir inboard.
Copy. Toma, I'm going to move. I'm still attached to the bag, probably.
Jenny, since all the socket attachment points I've taken, one socket is going to stay on the red, right? What I swapped. Stay on the pit pin, sorry.
I'm not sure I understood, Toma. You're socket swapping to the 5/8 2-inch and then stowing the 7/16 6-inch back on the socket caddy.
So, yeah. So, right, so since all the, just checking with you that all the socket attachment points are taken, so after you move the socket from socket caddy, leave it on the pit pin, and remove the socket from put it on the socket caddy, so one socket is going to stay on the pit pin. Just checking that with you. That's not the most comfortable position. That makes sense?
Checking.
All right, now I'm moving. Come on.
On the pit pin temporarily, Jenny, right? I don't know if I'm making myself.
So is the issue that you don't have a pit pin available, Toma? We're just trying to pinpoint what the issue is.
There's no issue. I'm just, I have to take the socket off the socket caddy. I cannot put it anywhere until I take the socket from my and put it on the socket caddy. So I'm just saying,
you can.
It's not a big deal. One socket is going to stay on the pit pin.
Yeah, you can just leave it on the pit pin,
Okay.
Toma. That's totally legal. That's fine.
I need to check. Shane, how's the translation?
All right, I'm just coming up to Stanchion Alpha now. I see your six each other here.
Copy. Okay, I have the 2-inch on the pit pin.
Copy, Toma. Shane, you'll be staging a mini workstation ret on the closest beam handrail for temp stow. And make sure that you loop the ret cord over the beam structure to make sure it doesn't contact the blanket.
If I have a ret to give.
Coming up on 5 hours into today's spacewalk, the two astronauts, Toma Pesque on the right and Sheyne Kimbro on the left, are working to release some support beams that are keeping the final solar array that was delivered on SpaceX CRS-22 from some flight support equipment. This will help to reduce the time to remove the iROSA from this flight support equipment when it is brought over to be installed on the 4B channel on a future spacewalk.
76 is on the socket caddy.
Copy, Toma.
Full test.
This is the second iROSA delivered to the International Space Station and to be installed. There are a planned 6 as part of a power augmentation plan to augment the station's power supply.
And I'm working on the 2-inch.
The solar arrays were contracted to be built by Boeing and subcontracted by Redwire.
And Shane, just for clarification, that mini workstation ret should be entirely on the handrail, so one hook on each wine glass stanchion with the ret cord looped over the beam structure.
Got it. I'll just untangle on the ret to make that happen. Thanks.
Then you have the 2-inch on my PGT is a good pull test. Go ahead and close that bag.
Copy. Sounds good.
All right. Now, Jenny, I'm going to get ready to FC9. So next step. Those bolts in that area.
Yep, Toma,
I'm moving. Oops.
you're going to pre-stage a ret on the lower stanchion of the grapple tower handrail, and that's going to go to the beam.
Lower stanchion of the grapple tower. Okay.
Yep.
I'll stretch it out to the beam.
A-firm.
Okay, so ret from my mini workstation.
Yep, from your mini workstation, and this is just to temp stow this beam because we cannot install it yet with the other beam in place.
Understood.
Yeah, the ret in place, Jenny, and ready for tomorrow when he gets there.
I'll bring my ret all the way to the beam handrail.
A-firm, you're going to attach it to the closest beam handrail stanchion. And I copy the ret config from Shane. That sounds good. You can get in position with your PGT. And keep in mind this is a Bravo 7 setting for both of you to release these beam bolts, so high torque.
After that, I got a VRT on for C7 and C8 when you tell me.
Copy. You can get that in place. Toma just needs to attach this ret, and then he'll be doing the same.
You're right there, Shane.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, the ret goes from the lower stanchion of the tower handrail, where my crew lock bag is, to the beam handrail closest to me.
Copy. That looks good. So that will be the first ret for the temp stow. Toma, you can also get in a position for a PGT setting of Bravo 7. You're going to be working with C10 and C9 bolts.
So it keeps getting caught going around the corner. Okay, that should be fine. Push Bravo 7. I don't have a very good BRT handrail in the area.
Got one on the stanchion there?
No, but it's low.
Yeah, this might, I could do it with this angle, I guess, but you have a different one.
Yeah, I'm opposite of you.
Yep.
It's on the wrong side, but I'll try.
I think that's your only option.
Yeah,
there.
I agree.
I'll have the same problem on the next one.
We agree the options are sparse for a BRT hold there. Hopefully you can use the stanchion handrail to help brace yourself as well.
BRT.
Jenny for EVT, I got Bravo 7, and is it counter 2?
Bravo 7, counter 2. It'll be the same setting for all bolts.
Copy, that's set for EV2.
And I copy Bravo 7, counter 2. EV1, Cal. Bravo 7. Counter 2 for me, Jenny.
Affirm, Bravo 7, counter 2.
Okay, I'm ready with Bravo 7.
Okay, again, you can release bolts simultaneously. Tomas, you'll be releasing both bolts, C9 and C10. Shane, you will only be releasing C7 until Tomas is ready to take control of the beam. 8 to 11 turns each. The bolts will spring out when released.
Copy. Working on C9. I'm coming out. I have 9 turns.
9 turns for C7.
Copy, 9 turns on C7 and 10 turns C10.
I'm starting C10 now, so that was C9.
Copy, C9.
My side. And C9 popped out. 10 turns.
Copy, now 10 turns on C10. Tomas, you can stow your PGT.
I'm starting the PGT. I'll be in a position to receive the beam.
Affirm.
Ready? Let me check.
Kimbro and Pesque working on support beams that are keeping the iROSA in place on that flight support equipment. There are 4 bolts that they're driving for the support beam on the nadir side.
And then you'll be stowing the beam on the grapple tower handrail.
Okay, Shane, let me take my local tether from the right standby.
Yeah, no worries.
It's going to be crowded with the crew lock bag and the beam. I want to make it as clear as possible before I bring the beam.
Sounds good.
There are 2 bolts on each side of the nadir upper iROSA support beam for each of the spacewalking astronauts. So they have 4 each.
Okay, 9.
Tines Sohn zu sprechen kommen. Viele Jahre gab es so gut wie keinen Kontakt zu ihm. Und jetzt? Wie ist der Stand der Dinge?
Der Stand der Dinge ist, dass es wirklich wunderschön ist, ein ganz tolles Gefühl und ich mich auch und meine Mutter, wir total glücklich sind und respektieren, dass es auch auf Wunsch von meinem Sohn privat sein soll und privat werden soll. Was war, das war. Und die Zukunft ist privat.
Das ist für Sie als Oma bestimmt auch ein erleichterndes Gefühl.
Ich habe sehr darunter gelitten.
Aber du
muss
sagst,
ich sagen.
ja.
Aber jetzt
Alles gut.
Überglücklich, überglücklich.
Von Christine scheint aller Druck ab.
Stop in just a second to clear your safety tether from it. Okay. Now moving again under the TOA.
Working together, Pеске and Kimbro have released the first beam. This support beam on the nadir side, or the side that faces toward the Earth. They've removed it and put it in a temporary stowed position, now moving over to a different part of the flight support equipment